Yes, good morning. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back. A sobering conversation we're going to have this morning. Welcome, Johnny. How you doing? Are you all right?
Not bad. It could be good evening if you were a Villa fan.
It could be good evening. Yes.
Good evening.
I'm sure their podcasts at the moment are a lot more upbeat than ours are as they chase Champions League qualification.
Probably complaining, Savva, that they've got 4 midfielders out. That's about all they've got to moan about, rather than 13.
I did a show with someone the other day, and they were talking about their players being in the red zone of fitness, and I was like, "We got 13 first." That's what you're talking about. Good morning to each and every one of you. You lot in the chat are absolutely rubbish lately with the smashing of the likes, so please smash that like button. Look, I probably got a bit sensationalistic, Johnny, with my thumbnail saying Spurs fans wake the F up.
I haven't seen it yet, so tell me, what have you put?
Right, it's literally Spurs fans wake the up.
All right. Okay.
And it was quite apt because I've woken up this morning. I've seen Kieran Maguire on TalkSport talking about the financial ramifications of if we do get relegated. And then obviously you sent me a really, really good podcast or YouTube show.
Yeah.
And I'll bring it up in a bit. It's called The Business of Sport. And for anyone that's not seen it, I'll show you this. This is so this is just before I bring you in, Johnny. So this is, why can't I find this? I don't know where it's gone now. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know where it's gone. I had it all ready to go. I'll bring it up in a minute. But basically, it's about what happens if Spurs go down. And for all those out there, Johnny, saying, we need it. We need a reset. It will get rid of Enoch. We'll come straight back up. This podcast goes deep into just how catastrophic it will be for Spurs as a football club to get relegated. Do you want to just talk about it briefly, and then we'll go into it bit by bit?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just get one thing out of the way first and foremost. If Spurs go down, right, everyone thinking that Enoch are leaving, you're absolutely delusional. It's the absolute opposite, because a 3.5 billion asset suddenly becomes not even worth 1 billion. You're not in the Premier League. You're not attracting the sponsorship. You're not having the gate receipts, blah, merchandise. Everything drops off of a cliff. They ain't selling, right? They haven't, they've been refusing numbers below 3 billion. They're not going to suddenly, get out now. They would try to get us back. That's number one. Number two, the ramifications are deep. Player losses, can you meet the financial fair play in the Championship? Will you have to sell players? Will you have to sell players at a loss? Do players have a get out clause? Do players have if we are relegated, the wages drop by 50%? There's so many aspects of it that people haven't really thought about. Are you going to play some of that, or are you just
I'm not going to play any of it because
copyright.
I don't know about monetization, etc. But for anyone that's interested, and again, Johnny, I'm always trying to have this conversation with fans that don't seem to understand how transfers work, right? Don't understand how agents work in football. This is another one of those situations where I'm seeing a lot of people say, relegation will reset us, relegation this. But if you actually go and, as you have found this, as you can see, guys, this is from Business of Sport. And these two gentlemen go right into detail about what would happen. And Johnny, I think the first thing I want to talk to you about, and first thing, I'll post the link later for that, guys. So for anyone to watch that, and then they can give me a cut of their money once you've all watched it. The first thing is one of the guys, I don't know their names, but one of the guys turns around and says at the beginning, he said, we've got to remember, this isn't new. This hasn't crept up on Spurs this season. This isn't a bad bit of form. He said Spurs have been heading this way for nearly 3 years. And he goes into detail and shows, and this is what I don't want to be, and I told you so, but when I keep bringing up things like this, Johnny, when I keep bringing up this and showing people for 3 years where we actually are as a club, and everyone goes, oh, shit managers, but Spurs have been in the bottom 4 of the form table for 3 years, right? This has been coming, Johnny. Are we just blind as fans, chosen to ignore how bad our form has been for 3 years?
I mean, it's an opposite parallel, but it's a bit like, you know, them saying, everyone, fans saying, Leicester can't carry on. They will never win the Premier League. It will never happen. It couldn't happen. And we are the opposite of that. We are the club that think we can never get relegated. We're too big to get relegated. It'll never happen. Well, the only 2 teams that have never been relegated in the Premier League right now are Everton and Arsenal. Everyone else has been relegated, right? Everyone, Man United, Liverpool, everyone, right? So you're not too big to go down. And the question is, can this club survive financially to get back? I mean, people think if we went down, we would automatically bounce straight back up without an issue. We don't know. What we don't know is the clauses in contracts. Someone like Conor Gallagher, for example, who has signed recently, any agent that's worth his salt would 100% put a relegation clause in, because he came here where the club was in, you know, shit situation.
Yeah.
Someone like Mickey van der Ven,
they
won't have it. Someone like Cuti Romero probably doesn't have it. There'll be many players who've been here for quite a while who won't have that relegation clause in there, which would mean that should we get relegated, we would have to find vast sums of money that we won't actually be able to have. We won't have that income coming in. I'll go through all the parachute payments and everything.
Yeah. We'll go through. I mean, what was really interesting, and I've just been told I can play bits of it. So I'll look at little snippets of it. But what's really interesting is when fans say things, they say things like, we'll just go down. We'll just go down. When you actually break down the rules of the championship, so we'll go into this a bit later, but like in the championship, you cannot make a loss of more than 15 million pounds. Now, bearing in mind, 15 million in football is not a lot of money, right? No. Like that's just what we pay for Sosa, right? That's just under over what we paid for Sosa, right? We're talking about that sort of fee. But what these guys talk about is it's a number of things I want to go into today, Johnny. Like, not only is it relegation, not only is it how many of those players that won't have a relegation release clause, because what those 2 gentlemen talk about is, got to remember, Spurs will want to insert relegation release clauses, or football clubs will, to safeguard their salary. Correct. Agents won't. Agents won't want it. Agents will go, hang on, if we get, no, hang on, what, you want my guy to go from 150 to 75? No, not. So he said Spurs won't have. Spurs will probably not have many players in that squad. Correct. On relegation release clauses. And then they go on to talk about what that means is there will be a fire sale. And what that means is, moving further forward, and sorry to teach anyone suck eggs, is the buying club are now the ones with the upper hand because Spurs have to sell. So this isn't the days of Spurs turning around to Real Madrid and going, well, if you want Gareth Bale, we want a world record fee. This is Atletico Madrid saying, just for example, we want Romero, there's 40 million, and Spurs having to go, yeah.
Well, do you know what? I will counter that, because for certain players, I agree. But for players like Mickey van der Ven and Romero, you won't have one bidder. It will be open bidding. And I believe that certain players, there won't be a massive drop off in the money that we would receive. What would be an issue would be when we then went to buy players for the Championship.
Sure.
Oh, hang on a minute, you just got 100 million for this one, or 80 million for that one. So look, none of it is good. And we focus on players, but the drop off on the income for the club, if they don't reach Champions League football, they don't have European football. Bearing in mind that one season that we had no European football under Postecoglou in his first year, was that the first time? I'm trying to think, how many years was that?
Yeah, it was the first time in ages
15,
we hadn't had.
Was it 15, 16 years?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So that was an anomaly. We could get through that 1 year, right? But for sure, what we don't know is whether AIA, who have got their final year next year on front of shirt sponsorship, goes 26-27, and then they revert to the training kit for up to 31-32, right? They're currently playing, I believe, 40 million for this season and 40 million for next season, with drop off, I think, for 15 million for the training kit. Now, if there's, I would presume, AIA, if there's no European football, that number will drop significantly.
Sure.
The question is, I don't believe there's probably a relegation clause in there, because the arrogance of a Big Six club would say, you know what, we ain't discussing that. We don't think like that at Spurs. We're looking for the title, and you want to talk about this? Sorry, we're not entertaining that. But the reality is, I would think the executives at AIA would be coming back and saying, look, guys, right, our guys aren't going to entertain this. You're in the Championship. We ain't paying you this money. We need to renegotiate this, or we're going to have to think about seriously the contract we are looking to extend for the training kit from 27 to 32, that 5-year contract. So I think we'll have to renegotiate that. Now that's just one contractor, right? We don't know what Sports Illustrated negotiated at the start of the season for the East Stand. They're also been in negotiations to sign new contracts, but the ramifications are huge. Ticket sales, will fans want to watch Barnsley at home, right? They're certainly not going to want to be paying 125 quid or £300 a ticket to sit in a premium seat to watch Barnsley at home. How would the club reapportion that? How will merchandise sales be affected? Massively, right? Every aspect of the club will suffer, top to bottom. And unfortunately, the arrogance of a Big Six club, and it's not just Spurs, would say, this isn't going to happen. A club like West Ham, for example, should they go down, they have the most ridiculous deal on their stadium. Okay, they pay nothing. They don't even pay an average player. So if they go down, security costs, everything is all covered by the government, right? If Spurs go down, we've still got the overhead costs of lighting, staffing, and everything else. We've got all of the same overheads of a massive stadium in a Premier League club. And maybe fans will say, you know what? Yeah, but what we've got that other clubs don't have is the income coming in from non-football events, which is a bit of a grey area. I think no one really knows the exact amount that's coming in. Some pretty people put it around about 55 mil, but I'm not sure how much of that would cover us.
But yeah, and listen, I want to start by playing the first minute or so, and then we'll play little installments, because I found it really. This was a really good watch. And Johnny, I spoke to you on WhatsApp this morning about this. This is the sort of thing that when I'm saying to fans, these sort of podcasts exist to educate us on how it actually works, as opposed to us playing FIFA or Football Manager and
100%.
thinking we know how it works. And this is really important. So I'm gonna add this to the stage. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Got relegated. Now, all jokes aside, yes, that may sound silly. I think it sounded silly and very speculative for a very long time, and has done actually for well over a year. But I would say it's now looking like something that genuinely could happen.
It's 5-1, right? It's 5-1. So it's gone from being something which people talked about as I guess, if things like Leicester City winning the Premier League could happen, then we have to confront the possibility that maybe Spurs getting relegated could happen. It's moved from there to being 5-1.
And this is not just this season as well. And this is where, when everyone's been.
And sorry, just quickly, Johnny, I just wanted to say to everyone in the chat, this is the really important bit, right? Because for all the people that are going, Frank's going to get us relegated, or can't believe this is happening, listen to what this guy is about to show you about how bad Tottenham have been for years. This is really important.
Just to add as well, that the loss to Arsenal now makes us around about 72 to 4-1 now to get relegated.
Yeah, you can get Spurs at 4-1 to go down.
Yeah.
This is the important bit, right?
Bring this up. It's been built on a number of things that have been a disaster over the last few weeks. Thomas Frank getting fired, more losses in the Premier League. Christian Romero coming out on multiple occasions criticising the ownership of the club. And so it's very easy to get caught up in recency bias in this stuff. But actually, let's just remember that Spurs finished 17th last year.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the last 18 months just to try and draw out on a slightly larger pool of data to understand how this situation has developed. And if you just look at performance, they have lost 33 of the last 64 games in the Premier League. Last season, they won 11, drew 5, lost 22 games, had a -1 goal difference and finished with 38 points. This year, won 7, drawn 8, lost 11, -1 goal difference, points 29.
So the point is it's consistent.
The point is it's consistent. And it's consistent.
I mean, I'll come back to it in a minute because they start talking about the actual issues, Johnny, but when you lay that out, he's only gone 18 months there. Later in the video, he talks about over a number of years.
Yeah.
It goes to show, and I keep saying this isn't a bit of bad form, Johnny. 18 months, 2 years, 3 years is not bad. Bad form is Villa at the beginning of the season didn't win a game in their first 4. That's bad form, right? We've not won in 4. Shit form. Shit form is not 100 odd games. That is what you are now, right? So they're right about that, aren't they? They're right.
Yeah, well, they are. I mean, proper free fall, I would say November 2024, Chelsea game. From there to where we are today has been a shit show. When I think about the amount of games that I've been to home and away since that moment, and the pain of coming out of so many grounds, home and away, having watched this, and this sort of realization of, well, you know what, it's not getting better. I still think Postecoglou was a poor coach. I also think that Frank didn't do as well as I really expected him to do.
Sure.
But it's more than that. Everyone has to take a slice of the blame pie. Every single one of them. The board, the recruitment, the players, and the managers. Everyone has a slice of that blame pie. So when we identify Ange, I wasn't a great Ange fan, but it wasn't all him, right?
No.
No.
This is not all on one human being.
No.
This is.
People think I blame Ange for everything, but I don't, right? I don't.
I think it's okay to not like a manager. Like I didn't like Ange as a manager. It doesn't mean that I think all of Spurs' problems for the last 2 decades have been about Ange Postecoglou. Same way people could not like Thomas Frank. What we're seeing this season under Thomas Frank doesn't mean that Thomas Frank has caused all the issues at Tottenham Hotspur. But what it does do is it does highlight that when people say things like, there you go, you won the Europa League last year, you sacked a winning manager, they're not looking behind, they're not scratching. You know what I mean? This is like a scratch card. We're not scratching beneath that little silver bit to go, hang on, what has actually been going on behind? I just want to run it on for the next minute or so, and get them to start talking about the actual sums of money, Johnny. And in a minute, when they start talking about where the revenue comes from, it adds up to like billion, like a bit. It's ridiculous when they talk about it. So let's go to that.
Since about October 2024, over a course of almost a year and a half, they have been probably in the bottom 4 or 5 performers in the Premier League.
Completely.
Yeah.
And if we are talking about that magic 40-point mark, they failed to get that last year. They were very lucky because the teams that got relegated were pretty rubbish.
Yeah.
And therefore they never really looked in danger. And that allowed Ange to focus on Europe. But the issues were fundamental.
Yeah.
So we've started to see this, the continuation of this year. Obviously, I think it's become more on people's minds because Thomas Frank left and Igor Tudor's been brought in, which is an interesting appointment in its own right, if you're looking at Premier League survival being the absolute key focus now. But it has brought up this question of, could a Big Six team...
100% that.
So, Johnny, before we listen to them, could a Big Six team go down?
100%. And like I said, there's only 2 teams that have never gone down in the league, in the first division, if you want to call it, to the Premier League. And those 2 teams are Arsenal and Everton. Everton were very near about 18 months, 2 years ago. And, I would say this club has been completely, without getting off track, I would say this club has been completely mismanaged because it only seemed like 3 years ago that we were ahead of Arsenal, right? And look where we are today. So it can't just be the players. It can't just be the manager. It's the ineptitude and the investment and so on and so forth of the club. And I just think that, it's the same as I said right at the beginning. It's the opposite to that notion that Leicester could never, ever win the Premier League. I remember, 15 games to go. They're going to choke. They're never going to do it. They're never going to do it. And Spurs fans and pundits, right? Forget being Spurs fans. No, Spurs will be fine. Spurs will be okay. And as the weeks have gone by and the days have gone by and the games have gone by, the realization is now sinking in to both the fan base and to the media that there's a very, very good chance that Spurs could go down. Because right now, I look at the Forest squad and I think that Forest squad is better than our squad. Fit players right now. West Ham are winning games. Forest are fighting it out. That great 3-0 away win at Fenerbahce was unbelievable in that cauldron. And then they were very unlucky against Liverpool on the weekend. Whereas I look at us, I can't see where the next anything is coming from.
That's my worry, right? That's my worry, Johnny, is
where are the shoots?
Yeah, lots of people go, oh, well, and listen, when you bring it up, and I'll go back to in a minute, I've just fast forwarded that video to the bit where they start breaking down numbers. And I know fans don't want to listen to numbers and they think everything's fine, but numbers are very important. When you look at these are the games that the relegation candidates have got on paper, Johnny, on paper, people go, oh, we've got the easier running. But Spurs have demonstrated for years now, we're not that team that just rocks up and beats Wolves. We're not that team that just rocks up and beats a Fulham. We keep talking about easy run-ins and we've got the worst teams to play. Over the last 2 years, 3 years, I'm seeing us lose to Ipswich, lose to Leicester, lose to draw with Burnley, lose to Wolves, lose to Fulham, lose to Bournemouth, lose to... There's no easy games, Johnny, for Tottenham. This Tottenham squad is not good enough to have easy games.
Well, this is the same Spurs team who, with a much stronger squad, with Kudos and everything, took a 90-whatever minute goal from Paulinho to get a draw against Wolves, who hadn't done anything at home. And just for your, I see the people in the chat going on about Arsenal in 1918, whenever it was, right?
Yeah.
Guys, right? This is when... Spurs have had a few issues with them going back all this time with their relegation. Look, I'm talking forget the modern era, right? I mean, if you want to go back that far, over 100 whatever years, but I'm talking since it's the establishment of what was a class, I believe, as the first division. But I stand corrected for 1919. But you get the drift, right?
Yeah.
Liverpool,
Yeah, I think
Man
people are
United.
being pedantic now.
Oh,
if we're going to talk about 110 years ago,
mate. Johnny,
right.
guys, could you please clip this, right? If you could just clip my mistake and pop it up. He was wrong. In 1919, it happens.
Look, I think the thing is, right, it's I don't care who's been relegated and who hasn't. As these guys go on to talk about, this will be the biggest disaster of a club getting relegated because of the era we're in, because of the stadium we've got, because of the debts that we've got. So they're going to go into it in more detail now. But we seem to forget as well, we've got like £330 million of player debt that we've not paid for. If we go down and have to have a fire sale, then don't forget, we won't get all that money up front either. So the money we get will pay off half of what we already owe to players. Then when you go down, you're going to have, I'll let them talk about it. Because this is sobering. And if any Spurs fan doesn't wake up to this, you're crazy.
And if you look at the numbers, okay, we're talking about a business dropping out of the Premier League that has £584 million of revenue, £288 million of commercial revenue, 167 million in broadcast, 131 million in match day, 55 million, and this is an estimate because it's not widely reported, in non-match day events. So this is what everyone gets very excited about with Spurs. It's the quality of the stadium, the ability of the business model to be diverse. So they make money from the NFL matches they host there, from concerts, from boxing.
And obviously that would be a great help for them in this situation.
Huge, right? They've got applications with the council to increase the number of events they can do. So there's lots of sides of the business away from football that you can look at as financially viable. But again, looking at this from a football perspective, they've got a wage bill at 260 million. And they have spent.
Can we just put that 260 million wage bill in? Like, people often say that Spurs, compared to other big six teams, spend less on wages.
Yeah,
and that's true, right? And they've been much criticised for that. Yeah? Their spending as a percentage of their revenues on their playing wages is about 45%. Charlie, something like that.
44.5%.
When normally you'd expect that to be between 55 and 60%, right? So that's always something that was levied against Daniel Levy. Is your underspending on playing wages. But nonetheless, it's still 260 million quid.
I'll pause it there for a second, Johnny. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, that's what I say. When people are arguing that we don't pay a lot in wages, we'll find out how much 260 million in player wages is if we get relegated. Right? If we get relegated.
100%, because as I said, like, probably, the only ones that are taking a wage trim will potentially be the academy kids, but the others aren't. Yeah. The others aren't. Who thought about when you were pitching the club, right, to a player who was signing, you were talking about, well, you pitched it, you're going to be successful, we're going for the title. Oh, and by the way, just as a caveat, in case we get relegated, can we put a 50% reduction? Hang on a minute, you just pitching us, we're going to win the league. Now you're talking about relegation. No, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. Honestly, I think the only one that would have the get out clause in his contract, I would say, is probably Conor Gallagher.
Conor Gallagher, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. If I was Conor Gallagher jumping into Spurs mid-January, sitting 15th, 16th, you'd be saying to your agent,
just in case.
Just in case, get me out of here. And I think, like, I've seen people in the chat again, they're saying things like, people in the chat that I genuinely don't think that they're computing how bad this is, Johnny. They're saying things like, oh, well, those players might want to leave, but it's up to us if they leave. And you're like, well, hang on.
You got paid a wage.
You got to pay the wages. You can't turn around to Xavi Simons and go, sorry, Xavi, we can't pay your 200 grand a week this week. Forget the fact, Johnny, that they don't want to be in the championship. I'm not saying, well, it is player power. Those players don't want to be in the championship. Those players are not going to sit around and play in the championship, and Spurs won't be able to afford them. And in a minute.
Can I give you an example? Sorry, can I give you an example?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
in
go
the
for it.
Yeah, so in the Premier League, Spurs have earned around 190 million from TV prize money in recent seasons, equal share and merit payments, plus the facilities and stuff. In the Championship, it would fall to roughly 45 million, including parachute payments, right? That's 145 million plus shortfall from broadcast revenue alone, right? The Premier League's new domestic rights cycle for 25-29 is worth 6.7 billion, right? While the EFL Sky deals are far smaller, 935 million, right? So you can see the difference. So year one in the Championship, 26-27, 55% of the Premier League broadcasts equal share. Recent examples would be 40 to 50 million standalone, contributing to the 45 million total figure for a club like Spurs. So 45 million, what is that going to do for us?
Yeah,
I mean,
this is everything. Like, as I said, when we go back to the video, and sorry, I think it's really, hopefully people find it interesting, right? Because they talk a bit later in the video about this might not just affect the first team. They're talking about how catastrophic it is, Johnny, that it might affect the best under 21s that we've got as well. And it means that we would need to then dip into the market at Championship level, and clubs are going to try and fleece Spurs because they know you're Tottenham, you're big. The fee goes up on, let's say Burnley go down, so they probably are. If Burnley go in for, Burnley go in for Haji Wright of Coventry, just for example, right? Burnley are going to be quoted, 15 million? I don't know. Just 15 million. Spurs are going to be quoted 20-25 because we're Tottenham, right?
Because we're desperate.
And they'll know that we're desperate, right?
Yeah.
And this is why, like, I don't think enough people are really, really taking this on board. But look, let's jump back for a minute.
You imagine Johan Lang, the thought, mate, of Johan Lang, right, trying to operate in the Championship. He can't.
Mate, he's dreadful. Look, let's continue this for a minute.
If we're looking at this in the context of relegation, we got to probably lay out some things that we don't know, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
and one of the key things is, are there relegation clauses?
So I think contracts? What Charlie just said there is really important, which is that there are going to be some topics that we talk about where there's a lot that we know. It's in the public domain, or it's reasonably easy to get hold of the information if you know where to look. There's various stuff to do with the business of Tottenham Hotspur, which really nobody outside of the C-suite at Tottenham would necessarily know, which you can outline.
Well, one of them being, because we were talking about wages, the relegation clause that may exist in player contracts. You've highlighted that.
Yeah, sorry. This is what Johnny and I were just talking about relegation clauses. This is really interesting.
It is highly likely that a team that would class itself as a big six may not have the most secure contracts when it comes to relegation clauses. And to be clear, when we're talking about relegation clauses, we're talking about a reduction in player wages if relegation happens to occur. Quite often, I think, as we've said before, around 30 to 50% of a player's wage. So if a player's paid 100 grand in the Premier League, they could be paid 50 grand in the Championship. The reason that exists is to cover the risk that comes with a reduction in your revenue generating capability outside of the Premier League. So that would be a massive concern and a massive problem for Spurs if they didn't have those clauses in the players' contracts. It is also unclear. There's been a lot of speculation. The Telegraph did an interesting article on it, but the clauses in sponsorship agreements that are dependent on Premier League participation, the media exposure that comes with it. Now, it does say that missing Europe has 8-figure ramifications in a lot of these sponsorship contracts. Now, that's just for missing Europe.
I mean, Johnny, we'll come back to that in a minute. But again, the 2 points covered there. First of all, what we talked about, player wages. As you said, the likes of Burnley, the likes of when Ipswich came up and went down, they will have players.
All of them.
Drop 50%. So, you've got Archie Gray would go from 75 grand a week to 37.5, whatever that works out. Maybe bad maths off the top of my head. Our players won't have that. Our players, if they went down, would have to be on that wage. We wouldn't be able to pay that wage, which means that they have to be sold. That's what they're getting.
Well,
at, right?
Leeds, So Leeds, Sunderland, Burnley will all have relegation clauses in those contracts of the players they've signed.
Yes.
Someone like Granit Xhaka has probably got a get-out clause in his contract because he's the star name. He's the glue that binds them together when he's playing and when he's fit. But they come with an assumption that there's a possibility. They have the mindset that there's a possibility that they could go down. Spurs, Villa, the big ones have this mindset. Hang on, that ain't happening to us. And you certainly, like I said before, you can't pitch, come to Spurs. We're going for the title. We want to be in trophies. We're in the Champions League. Oh, and by the way, just at the end, right? Do you mind putting this caveat at the bottom? Hang on a minute. You just pitched us this. What? I mean, what are you talking about?
We're going to challenge Man City, but could you just sign this disclaimer that says we might get relegated?
Yeah. I mean, like on your bike, mate.
Johnny, when Cunha leaves Wolves and when Mbeumo leaves Brentford and they go and join Man United, I fail to believe that in their contracts anybody has talked about, well, we'll get relegated. I fail to believe that anyone at Man United has put in that clause. And that would be exactly the same as Spurs with all of them, probably other than, as you said, Conor Gallagher, who joins when we are in the midst of a relegation battle.
Correct.
But that is going to be our undoing, right? Because you will have certain players, we've seen it in years gone by, certain players will get relegated and think to themselves, all right, I'll take a hit for a year because I know we're going to come back up. I love the club. You know, it's very rare, Johnny, but right now, none of these players are going to go, yeah, I'll go down and play in the Championship. Like their ego is such that they won't. And the interesting thing away from the wages, because the wages is we talk like we don't pay. 260 million of wages. They talk about it later on in their video. That will probably in the Championship go down to closer to 100 million on wages. Like to lose 150 million pounds of wages in a year. For example, Christian Romero earns 10 million pounds a year, right? Now you've got to find another 140 million to get rid of. Let that sink in, right?
The other thing is, guys, you know, it could actually be that Daniel Levy's tightness and only paying 44 to 45% of income wages to income might actually turn out to be a huge benefit. Could you imagine if we were up at 55, 60% and we went down? We would be in real dog shit.
But this next bit they're about to talk about, the first sentence there, he said, was in sponsorships that there are 8-figure fees that Spurs won't get for not being in Europe. And just remember, we're not going to be in Europe next year unless we win the Champions League, right? We won't be in Europe the year after, right? The chances that you come straight back up and then go straight into a European play, this could see Spurs not in European football for 3, 5, however many years. So look, let's see what they say. This is really, really, really crazy.
Can you imagine the ramifications of getting relegated on some of these deals, some of which are also expiring relatively soon?
I mean, eye-watering. I mean, absolutely eye-watering. So they've got about £300 million a year of commercial revenue. So it's basically half of their total revenue is commercial revenue. And that's great because it's, you know, it's pretty diversified. You've got loads of different partners. It's annually recurring. It is sensitive to playing performance, but it's not just sensitive to playing performance because there are things you're delivering just through being part of the Premier League, just through being part of the Champions League. There are things you are delivering which you can guarantee a sponsor. So the question is what would their commercial revenue be if they were relegated to the Championship? How many of those sponsors are coming out of contract anyway and would simply just not renew because they wouldn't want to be sponsoring Spurs in the Championship? How many of those sponsors have got clauses in their sponsorship agreements which specifically say what would happen in the event of a relegation from the Premier League? Right?
I mean, again, I'm just going to look at stuff that we do know and that has been reported. Let's say Nike pay Spurs 30 million a year, which is a reported fee. To put into context what happens if you miss your mark with some of those merchandise partners. If Man United miss out on Europe 2 years in a row, it's reported that they have to pay Adidas 10 million. And apply that to Spurs, where you're likely to have similar situations where Nike are going to have contingencies in place protecting themselves from poor performance. AIA, the deal that they've got on front of shirt, that lasts until the end of next season. So they'll be protected next year, as in they would still have the sponsor unless there was a break clause at some point. Now, AIA are then contracted to go onto their training kit at about 15 million a year after that until 2032. Does that
And Johnny, and this is the thing, right? So we've now had, so far in this video, we've now had player wages, missing out on Europe, sponsorship deals. Like this is
300 million, guys. Hang on. 300 million. That's over half of our total income from the club. 300 million, right? And that is severely in jeopardy. Yes, you will have sponsors. We know you're not going to have no sponsors, but the drop-off is absolutely huge. I mean, I've got other things, but we'll go through this. And remember, guys, look, this is a post-World Cup season next season, right? Imagine you go to the World Cup, we're all thinking, bring Pochettino here, make some big signings. The club is going to spend all this money. The new owners, ENIC 2.0, right? There will be no ENIC 2.0 if we're in the Championship. There'll be cutting costs, not making expenditure, right? The only way you survive this, and come up, you know, like taking a few punches and taking a few hits, is if you bounce straight back up with the first year parachute payment, right? Because the tapering effect of year 2 and year 3's parachute payments drop off significantly, right? You might be able to convince a sponsor, stay on board for 1 year. It's a blip. Come with us for the ride. We're going to be straight back up. We got plans. You might be able to string them along for a year. After that, no chance. Absolutely no chance.
And this bit here I'm about to show, this is interesting. This is talking a little bit more about, because there's people in the chat going, no, any good agent will put a release clause in their player's contract.
Hang on.
Right, but the thing is, as they go on to talk about now, and one of my mates is actually an agent within the football world, and he said this isn't true. Agents don't want the clause in the contract. Agents will fight against it tooth and nail because they don't want their player to lose revenue. Like they'll fight against it tooth and nail. So this is hang on, there we go. Oh, let's remove that. Hang on, what's going on here? I've had a mare here. Here we go. Add to stage. There we go. This is quite interesting, this bit.
Spurs have got relegation clauses in their playing contracts because they would have assumed that they weren't going to get relegated. And therefore, when the player's agent said, we don't want a relegation clause in the contract, which is what they always say, by the way, that's standard, right? The player's agent will say, we don't want a relegation clause. You know, did Spurs stand there and go, well, actually, we insist on it? Or did they actually say, well, it's not really worth arguing the point because we know we're not going to get relegated? Likewise, on the other side of the table, when Spurs were negotiating commercial contracts with partners, did the partners have the foresight to think, I know it's very unlikely, but should we just make sure that there is something in there just in case?
Yeah.
Just in case, right? So we don't know this. These are unknowns.
So let me put this to you then, just to take this on. Let's say we have 600 million in revenue. Let's say by getting relegated, your broadcast goes from 160 to 50. Let's say 100 million is wiped off that. Let's just say, hypothetically, 100 million is wiped off your commercial. So let's put it down at 400 mil. Then let's have a look at maybe some other costs like match day, attendance suffering, and some merchandise, etc. So you get down to about 300 million.
Yeah,
we've just mentioned that you have a wage bill of 260 million. We've mentioned the fact, I haven't actually mentioned, but if we're looking at the amortization requirements that they have likely on a number of transfers of players they've brought in, which comes to 322 million in transfer fees in recent years, I think a net of about 250 in the last year and a half. You've got big servicing agreements on those contracts.
Yeah.
So we've got a number of issues.
So just to make it clear to listeners, what we mean by that is just what we said about Leicester, which is when Spurs have been signing players, they will not have been paying all that money up front. So they've had a net transfer spend over the last couple of seasons of 250 million. They would not have paid out 250 million. Of that 250 million, probably only half of it would have been paid up until this point. So they probably got between 100 and 150 million pounds of outstanding transfer fees to pay.
Yeah, Johnny, and I think that's the really interesting bit that, again, for transfers that people don't often take into account is that of the money we spend, we still owe big money. Like, by the way, that's not just Spurs, right? That's all football clubs. But
We are one of the biggest. Can I just say we have a very big account. So imagine getting relegated. You still have the obligation to meet those payments, plus the interest payments on the stadium. I mean, yes, Daniel did an amazing job on the 675 million at 2.7%, but there's still a fraction outside of that, which is being paid, which is at a higher rate, although the interest rates have come down a tad. It's still, the servicing of that is massive. So imagine you got the stadium debt, servicing of that. You've got the servicing of the players that you've bought. Now, you might not be able to sell them all. Savva, Kulusevski might be injured next year. Solanke might be injured, right? Madison might be injured again. You've got a long-term contract, right? You got to keep paying them, right? You got to keep carrying on paying them 150, 200 grand, whatever they're on, and you can't sell them. So you still have to honor those contracts. You have to honor the payments, and you have to honor that money. And we know that the limits for expenditure, as you quite rightly said, you can make a maximum of 15 million loss. It's going to be extremely, extremely tight. Extremely.
That's a really important point they talk about a bit later, Johnny, is when you go down, everything changes. 15 million pounds. And what they actually go on to say is Spurs have to sit down with the powers that be and explain to them what their business model is and their plan to not go over the £15 loss. Now we're talking about a club that's been run so badly. Now we've got to sit down and go, well, this is our plan to not make a loss of more than 15 million. Look, we'll go back to
Can I just add, just before you replay that, I just wanted to add that there is this thought that Spurs could have the mindset of what Leicester had when the league tried to do them for their financial fair play, breaking the financial fair play. They went up into the Premier League. They tried to do them, and Leicester won the court case against them. Unfortunately for Leicester, having won that court case, they then got relegated again, which meant that they were then in the arms of the EFL, and meant that they were then subject to the fines and the punishment that they thought they'd avoided when they got promoted, when they broke all the rules last time. So there might be a mindset in the Spurs camp that, you know what, we'll wing it. We'll bring up the story. We'll tell them that. We'll tell them that we're gonna make all these adjustments, hoping that they get promoted to the Premier League. And if they never get relegated again, they'll never be subjected to the fines and point deduction that they would have in the EFL. Sorry, go on, carry on.
No. It's absolutely spot on. And this is why I'm somebody, Johnny, I think I'm probably a little bit like you. I can't just adopt the fan mindset of, don't worry, just get relegated. I can't do that. I
want to know the facts.
Yeah, I don't ever adopt the mindset of just pay more money, you get the player you want. When you go deep into what football is now, it's just smoke and mirrors, and there's a lot going on. But look, this is just to continue this on. Clearly,
super elite players who will knock on the door saying, we're out. And Spurs will say, sure, good. Thank God for that. You are out. You're correct. And then it's a very open process, which is how much money can we get for you? Bit of an arm wrestle, which is sometimes the club that's willing to pay the most for a player is not necessarily the same club that player wants to go to. Yeah. That's a bit of an arm wrestle sometimes, right? So, but nonetheless, if you look at Van de Ven, Kulusevski, Romero, Solanke, Bergveld, Jed Spence, these guys are not going to stick around at Tottenham in the Championship, and nor should they, and Tottenham need to make sure they don't. Now, the nightmare is if one or two of them get long-term injuries, which then means they're unsaleable, but Tottenham are still on the hook for their enormous salaries.
Johnny, you just said that, right? We'll come back to that. You just said that. This is the problem. If you get any long-term injuries between now and I'll say any more, if those players creep into the summer injured to next year, even if they're on 200 grand a week, you can't sell them. That means you've got to pay them for their salary until the next transfer window at least.
It's an interesting comment in the chat there. Maybe there's some truth to it. Do you think that with this in mind, it is why they never went mad to spend the money in the January transfer window?
Well, it's double-edged sword, Johnny, because you can look at it from the risk point of view of, well, hang on, we still owe loads of money, but does that outweigh, well, hang on, we got relegated because we didn't actually add any more players? I've got a feeling that not buying is going to prove to be worse than buying, especially if West Ham overtake us. I'm not saying they will. We'll talk about it later. But if West Ham overtake us, you'll turn around and go, well, West Ham went and bought 3 forwards in January to try and help them. West Ham went and got reinforcements. You know?
Can I ask you a question? This is a question. If you were Tudor's agent,
yeah,
right, and you understood the ramifications now, I'm not sure he understood the true ramifications now. Maybe watching something like this and doing a deep dive, you understand the ramifications. Would that have influenced, it certainly would have been if I'd been his agent, would that have influenced the amount of money you would have asked for a survival survival payment? 100%. I wonder in the chat, how much do you think Tudor is on for a survival payment? And do you think Spurs actually believed that when they appointed him, that oh, we'll give you 500 grand, or do you think it's a serious amount of money? Because
I reckon you're looking at 3 to 5 million. If I'm Tudor, I'm saying, hang on, sorry, we've not won a game all year.
Yeah,
you got 13 first team players injured. I've got no goal scorers.
Yeah,
I've got 2 fit centre backs. I've got no fullbacks. I've got XYZ. I'm playing 2 games a week because I'm in the Champions League. Hang on. I need, I don't know, maybe 2.5, 2 mil minimum. I need, because if he goes down, you've got to remember, this is a guy that doesn't go down. This is a guy that has not gone down. His reputation takes a hammering, right? Because as much as people hate Thomas Frank, Johnny,
yeah,
if you leave a club after 27 games, I think he left after 27 games, right? 28 games, right? With 29 points, you're well on course to stay up. Whether we were in good form or not, that's enough points averaged out that you're going to stay up. He's left you 5 points above the relegation zone, right? So Tudor coming in, if he goes down, his reputation will be shit.
His reputation is. I don't agree with that, because I actually think his reputation is secure no matter what.
Do you reckon?
Because I do, because he's come into a complete and utter shit show. He's come to a team that's in absolute. It's in free fall. We are in free fall, right? Just look at all the stats. I posted them all yesterday. They're mind numbing, right? He's come in to provide that safety net, that parachute. 5 million. If this was Daniel, right, I don't know. I think Daniel might have been tempted to pay him more. I don't know how this board's mindset is, but for me, you pay him everything he wants, because 5 million is peanuts, absolute peanuts to what we'd be losing if we go down. What is 5 million? What is 5 million? I don't know what he's negotiated, where, it's up for conjecture, but I don't know. If I was his agent, if I knew this, that the what's the stake is hundreds of millions, right?
Yeah,
I'd be saying, well, like, I'm looking at 5 to 8 mil to keep you up.
Just quickly, Stephen, I'm going to call it out. I think idiots like this don't use their ears. No one's talking about Ange or Frank. We're talking about the survival of Tottenham Hotspur. What is wrong with you? We
didn't protect Frank at all. If you would have bothered to listen earlier, you would have heard me say that everyone deserved a share of the blame pie. I said it wasn't all Angie's fault. And I also said, as much as I thought Frank was a disappointment because I thought he would do better. So I don't know where you tuned into, but maybe rewind and have a listen.
It's so boring. By the way, if people think this is on Ange or Frank, This is years and years and years of bad management from the hierarchy, right? And again, this is when I say, Johnny, I'm trying to talk about the bigger picture, but we've got idiot fans like that all they want to do is talk about Ange v Frank. By the way,
he's gone, mate. The ship
neither
has
of those
sailed.
two are at a football club right now. I don't care about Ange. I don't care about Frank. Right now, I care about my football club staying in the Premier League. Look, let's continue this for a little bit.
That is a real problem, right? But let's just assume that all of those big stars leave and that Tottenham sell them for, let's say, a couple of £100 million of incoming. That won't, again, all be paid up front, by the way. That'll be 100 million up front. So they use that 100 million up front to help pay their outstanding transfer payments that they owe to other clubs. And that then becomes a bit of a wash. But at the same time, those players disappearing off the wage bill means that their wage bill reduces from, let's say, 260 million down to something more like 150 million, that kind of stuff, right? Now, then you've got all their other expenses. And again, we don't know. We do not have the detail. We need to have access to somebody at the club or maybe to Daniel Levy or what it might be to really understand what all this detail is. But broadly speaking, it looks like their cost base outside of those playing wages is 450 million, something like that. Yep. So some of those things are costs you cannot reduce. The costs of cutting grass on pitches does not change because you move from one division to another division. The cost of your utilities bill for actually keeping the lights on the stadium does not change. But there are things that do change. So we can sort of assume that those operating costs might come down to, I don't know, from 400, 450 to 250, maybe 300. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you've got your numbers right in terms of revenue. And let's say that they can maintain the revenue at something like 300 million, which would be an extraordinary feat for a club that's outside of the top flight, but would nonetheless be 50% of what they're receiving right now. So the question now is, okay, what are the costs going to be? And what's that loss rate going to be? Because don't forget, they're now coming down into a cost control regime where you're only allowed to lose £15 million a year, and where the Football League, and indeed now the football regulator, will be sitting down with the Spurs finance department saying, can you explain to us how you're going to get your losses down to £15 million a year? We might give you 1 year of transitional grace if you show us how you're going to get there in year 2, right? Now that starts to become really challenging. I mean, that really starts to become challenging, because what you then quite often say as a club is, yeah, but, you know, lay off a bit, mate. Right, we're going to get promoted this season. What the regulator then says, and I've had these conversations before with EFL executives, is, well, we can't underwrite that. You might hope that, but we can't guarantee that. Look what happened to Leicester and Southampton last season.
See, and that's what we were talking about, Johnny, right? Obviously, we've got the hindsight of having watched that, but this is what we're talking about.
I was saying this shit before. I
know you were.
I love this. Yeah.
I know you were. It's mad because, again, it just goes to show. And I'll be honest, I didn't know that bit until I watched this video. I didn't realize that they'd have to sit down with a regulator and talk about, right, what's the plan to reduce the cost to 15 million losses a year. And this is why there's so many relaxed, like, yeah, we'll just go down. We've got money. We've got money. We'll come back up. But everything they're talking about there is loss. Everything is a loss. Loss. Still got to pay. That stadium and training ground still needs to be paid for in the Championship, right? The number of staff that keep that stadium going still have to be paid. And by the way, Johnny, they don't just need to be paid now for 19 league games a year. There's now 23 home games in the Championship, plus whatever cup games you have as well. Mate, this is catastrophic. This is beyond comprehension. And that's why, like, I couldn't agree. Like, when, and like Stel said yesterday, love him to bits, but when he's like, got to go down, I'm like, I just can't, I can't jump on board with that narrative. We've got to stay up. We've got to.
No, Stel's saying, look, you know, I'm not having a go at Stel. He said it here on the show, so I'm not, you know, talking out of turn or behind his back.
That's all right. No,
but, you know, he's
very open that he wants the club to go down. We're not,
and
no, he's very
he
open.
thinks it will make them sell. It won't. You know, the club won't sell. ENIC will not sell the club if they go down.
No.
It's the complete opposite. They're not going to watch a 3 to 3.5 billion pound asset be devalued to half or less than half, because it will be devalued by less than half. They'll be going from a profit-making organisation to a loss-making organisation in the Championship with massive debts. It's a different scenario. No one's coming in. They ain't selling it at a loss. Okay. They would try to bounce back and then can have that conversation. But it is potentially catastrophic. And, you know, even as a minimum, you're looking at £150 million just from TV revenue. That's just TV, right? Just TV. And we heard them say that the sponsorships and all the rest of it is bringing in roughly £300 million. We would lose a considerable proportion of that on top. It's huge. You couple it all in, you make it, you put it all into the melting pot. The TV money, the players who don't have a 50% reduction if they're relegated clause in their contract, trying to sell players, loss of sponsorship, loss of income, fans not turning up, not wanting to see Barnsley at home, right? People not wanting to pay their season ticket. What's going to happen? Spurs, the authorities at the club now demanding that Spurs fans renew their season tickets now, right? For what? What reason? Who would renew now?
Yeah.
Who would renew now? The only thing that they could do right now that might entice Spurs fans to sign up is to announce that Mauricio Pochettino will 100% be coming to the club in the summer, come what may. That's it.
They've got to do something. And this is the last little bit I want to watch. And then I want to talk to you about what do we actually do to win some games to stop this happening. And by the way, people in the chat, by the way, I'm not saying we're getting relegated, guys.
We're talking what if, guys.
I'm just putting the real possibility is that we are, over the last 12 games, we are rock bottom of the Premier League form table. Like that's the reality. And I don't know where the wins are coming from, but let's, what's this last little bit? Because this is interesting as it talks about filtering down to the under 21s.
Million. It's quite hard to see how Spurs are going to balance the books. And the only thing I can imagine is that you'll basically have to get into fire sale territory, right? Where pretty much not just the big stars, but pretty much everybody else, and then your best under 21s, everyone's flying out the door just to try and get cash in, both to help balance the books from a financial perspective, although the Lewis family who own and control Spurs right now might say, well, we'll help with that, you know, it's fine, but also to demonstrate to the Football League and the IFR that you are actually genuinely committed to coming on a trajectory to getting your costs down. But ultimately, I can't see, if they were to stay in the Championship for any beyond one season, I cannot see how you can operate that stadium and that training ground and that setup without having at least Premier League TV revenues, but more likely also European revenues as well as the types of commercial revenues that you naturally have when you are playing in those types of divisions. I just can't see how Spurs medium term can be fitted into an EFL environment.
Charlie, can you imagine if Spurs got relegated and won the Champions League?
Well, that would be a very Spurs thing to do.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it on that.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that, because then the income would help us, right?
Yeah, I'll leave. But listen, for anybody who's not seen that, this is from a couple of guys that have a channel called The Business of Sport. Yeah, it's The Business of Sport on YouTube. And that video is called What Relegation Would Mean to Tottenham. But the end there, Johnny, that's the worrying bit, is that when we've got fans that just say, yeah, it's all right, just get relegated. But you've got the financial experts saying they don't see a world in which Spurs can cope in the Championship environment with Championship revenues while still running everything at Premier League costs with that training ground and that stadium. And I think that's the difference between being a fan and understanding the actual implications financially to a business, right?
Well, listen, look, my mindset is positive. I don't want to think about relegation. I like to think we'll pull ourselves out of it. But as the weeks go by and the games go by and they become 20 games and 18 games and 15 games and 12 games and 11 games and it's not improving, I have to look at the bigger picture. And when I look at these stats here, I'll just read out a few of them. If you think that it's not a possibility, I mean, Arsenal secured their biggest away win at us since 1978. We're the only club without a win in 2026. Wrexham, Mansfield and Macclesfield have each beaten more Premier League teams than us in this year. 9 games without a win. 2 wins in our last 18 games. 7 games in a row where we've conceded 2 or more goals. 2 home wins all season and only 1 home win at home since August the 16th. 10 points from 13 home games. 2 points from our last 8 games, the worst run since Ramos in 2008. 12 points out of a possible 54. 6 defeats in the last 10. 4 points off a relegation for the first time in 49 years, right? And the supercomputer gives us only a 4 to 5% chance of relegation. But that form table says something completely different. And we're the worst. We are in the bottom of the form league. We are at the worst. We're in the bottom 3, I think, over 4 over the last 3 years. But we only have one choice left, guys, as fans, until this season's over. And that's to get behind the team and become the 12th man and support them to the death, to the end, right? And hope that we can pull ourselves through. Because getting on them and screaming at them, right? Look, I'm pissed off with all of them, right? Mickey van der Ven, I posted a video. Oh, no. Tudor wasn't talking to Mickey van der Ven. He was only talking to Dragusin. Absolute bollocks, right? Dragusin, he was talking to all of them. Mickey van der Ven was the captain. We see Mickey van der Ven ignoring Thomas Frank. We saw Spence ignoring Thomas Frank. But they're quite happy to go and have a Barney with us. You know, I was at the Brentford game when they came in and he was giving it large, trying to have a go at the Spurs fans. Mate, take that aggression out on the pitch, okay? I love Mickey van der Ven, but, mate, I think you're believing your own hype, right? Forget the hype. Forget the adulation that you've had from all the press. You need to go out onto the pitch over the next 11 games and get on with it and drive this club forward. Because right now, I don't see where anything's coming from. Oh, it's all right, we'll do Fulham. It's all right, we'll do Palace. Where? Where have you seen it?
But Johnny, do you know the interesting thing? And I'll bring up, just to add on to your stats as well.
I hope they do, right?
No, of course. But just to add on to your stats there, we've lost 34 of the last 66 Premier League games, right? We, in the last 3 years, I always show this is 3 games out of date, right? Since this, we've lost the last 3 Premier League games, right? You look, Palace, Brentford, Fulham, Bournemouth, Brighton have all got more points than us in the last 3 calendar years. So for anyone who wants to say this is all Ange, this is all Frank, this is all Paratici, this is all Lang, this is everyone. This is the players, this is the managers, this is everyone, right? You notice there, a lot of the teams that are actually below us are the ones, right? Are the ones that actually have only done 1 season or 2 seasons out of the last 3 in the Premier League.
Correct.
So if you look, the only clubs there that we've got more points than in the last 3 years is Everton, Forest, West Ham and Wolves, right? That means, if my maths work, that means there are 4 teams that we are better than. That means for 3 years, we've averaged 16th in points in the table. Yet we've still got fans sitting there going, this is a good squad. Mate, Spurs need to survive by hook or crook, and then we need a clear out. Because I can't go into another season with everyone pretending that a new manager sorts out all these players again. And Ali McCoist and Gabriel Bonlahor were speaking this morning. Now, whatever you think of these people, they were bang on. Ali McCoist turned around and said, I don't see the fight from those players. I don't see the right attitude from the Spurs players. And he said, I don't think they're as good as people think they are. Right? And he said all of them. He said, I look at Mickey van der Ven. He said, look at Romero's attitude. And I was like, yeah, take a bow, Ali McCoy. You
100%.
You called it out. But we sit there going, oh my God, when fit, Romero and van der Ven are the best partnership in the. How many games have they been fit in this last 3 years that we've lost? But yet they're such a good partnership. We've got to wake up, Johnny. Like,
Well,
as a fan, we've got to wake up to what's going on.
I mean, the worrying thing is that Romero, so-called captain, I'm a big fan, but he's let us down massively. And, you know, this 4-game ban, when he comes back from the 4-game ban, I might be wrong, but he's 1 yellow card away from another ban.
Mental. And you know it. First game back, you can see it, can't you? He'll go running into midfield. He'll clatter someone for no reason.
Well, they just give it to him anyway. I mean, I posted a video today of Gabriel. I mean, I'm definitely of the opinion that Arsenal are getting an easy ride from the PGMOL, right? I 100% do. And, you know, the fact that, you know, the challenge on Mawani when he looked like he was clear on goal, right? Not even a yellow card. I just, you know, how can he be 1 yellow away? If that was Cuti Romero that did that challenge on Mawani, it could easily be a red. He was the last man there. 100% it's a yellow. 100% it's a minimum of a yellow. But that's the tightrope we walk. And when I look at the stats, I think it's 7.8 fouls before they get a yellow card, Arsenal, top of the league. Whereas Spurs are at the bottom with something like 4.5, 4.6.
I'm not going
It's, you know, we're up against it. You know, not only have we got hardly any players, but, I mean, take bias out of the game. I've had messages from Villa fans, Newcastle fans, all saying to me, first of all, that was a dive for Mawani's goal, right? Now, neutrals, not Arsenal fans, not Spurs fans. And how did he not get a yellow card, or how was that not looked at by VAR when Mawani was, he took him out. He cut right across him to take him out of the play. Nothing happened. We saw Gabriel against Brentford. Guaranteed second yellow card. Took the player out on the touchline. Nothing. We saw Gabriel Jesus, right, go up and attack the geezer who was just standing there. Just a yellow card. There's favouritism in that Arsenal. It's almost like they want Arsenal to win the league. But the truth of the matter is, I think if you asked every fan base throughout the Premier League, people don't really like Arsenal. They really don't. They really don't.
To win it. But look, look, Johnny, I want to say this, right? So again, I know I showed you this one just now that this falls on deaf ears. Still people refuse to believe.
It's the facts.
Right, it is facts. That is 3 years. That goes back to February the 1st, 2023, right? February the 1st, 2023. But we don't want to believe it. We just don't want to believe it because we're Spurs. Then you look at this more recent, right? This is more recent. There you go. There's the last 12 Premier League games, right? Now, it's almost as though Spurs didn't have a good window. It's almost as though Spurs don't buy what they need. But we're going to sit here again and everyone will have an inquest at the end. If we get relegated, everyone will have an inquest. Was it, oh, but Ange bought these players, but Frank got us relegated, but this player said this, but that player did that, but this, none of it's going to matter. If we get relegated, this club is going to, I mean, it already is unrecognisable, Johnny, from the club I fell in love with. But this club, if we go down, not only is it going to be a shambles, but all of our rival fans are going to revel in this for years and years and years. And we are going to be an even bigger laughing stock than we are now.
Is that possible?
We can't go down. We can't. We simply can't go down.
We can't afford to go down. That's for sure. We certainly can't afford to go down. We've seen it in the numbers. Yeah, we've seen it. It can't happen. We can't allow it to happen. Well, we say we can't allow it to happen. The only thing that's going to stop it happening is the team start turning up and winning games.
But
it's the only thing that's
the worry for me, Johnny. I agree with you. By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you. My worry is though, when we talk about them turning up, I don't know what this means, because when I think of Spurs turning up and good games we've played, I think of James Maddison, I think of Son, I think of Kulu, right? I think of everyone being fit. When I look at that 11 that played the other day, and I'm not blaming Tudor, right? Because we don't really have a lot of players. I can't blame Tudor, who's been here for 1 week. When I look at that 11, Johnny, and I think, right, we're going to Fulham at the weekend. Tough little place to go, Craven Cottage. It's a horrible, pokey little stadium. And when you jump up and down in it, it feels like it's going to collapse into the River Thames. But doesn't it? It's like it vibrates. But who are we looking at in that team, Johnny? When people are going, don't worry, we'll get a win at Fulham. Who is anyone looking at in that team going, that person will get us out of trouble. That person will score. That person will create. I don't think this team we're going to put out is better than Fulham's team. That's a worry.
Look, I actually, when I spoke to some fans from West Ham, they turn around to me and say, you're welcome to Kudos. It'll be great for the first 10 games and then watch what happens. I said, what are you talking about? They said, you'll see. You'll see. 10 games and then you'll see exactly what happens. It'll not be turning up. And I thought, well, yeah, it's just bitterness. Yeah. But he started to go up his own backside after 10 games. And, look, I'm all we can hope for right now is somehow to get 3 wins. That's what we need, I reckon. 3 wins, maybe more, probably 3 wins and a draw, I would say.
There you go.
I always thought
there's the games, Johnny.
Points.
Which 3 we winning?
Well, that's a tough one, isn't it?
Because I'll tell you what, Johnny, I watched.
Are we beating Forest? I mean, look.
I don't think we do. I watched them at the weekend, right? I watched them play Liverpool off the park.
Yeah.
I watched Anderson control the game in midfield. I watched them go forward with intent. And Wayne Rooney, did you see what Wayne Rooney said after the Forest game?
No, I didn't hear what he said.
He said that Forest have a much better squad than Tottenham Hotspur.
They do.
I know, but it's our own fans that refuse to believe that these clubs now, like the Fulhams, like the Forest,
ex-Arsenal man on recruitment. Funny that.
Yeah,
Why do you think Marinakis? Why do you think Marinakis recruited him? Why do you think Edu left Arsenal's recruitment to go to a club like Nottingham Forest? Because he was getting paid massive money, more money than he was getting paid at Arsenal, to run it for Marinakis for that and Olympiacos. And when you look at the squad, I mean, the dealings they did with Botafogo, getting Igor Jesus and the Acuna, the defender, the goalkeeper, and some of the Murillo. There's so many, Anderson. The list is endless of players that you'd probably take. Funny enough, the one player I never really wanted and I wasn't excited that we were going to sign him was Morgan Gibbs-White. And I haven't really, all the concerns I had about Morgan Gibbs-White not being the complete football, I feel like I've been a bit justified this season. But
it's been a difficult year for him. But right now,
when you're held hostage, it can be like that.
See, do you know the interesting thing? When I look at Forest, right? And obviously, Forest went out and bought in Vitor Pereira, who we know did an amazing job keeping Wolves up last year. Going to Forest. What was worrying was I watched them against Liverpool and went, yeah, you look good. Like, I know they lost, but I watched them and went, yeah, you've got enough. I watch Spurs, and I know this is crazy, Johnny. I look at Spurs and go, I don't do we have enough? Like, I genuinely don't know that there is. And I watched West Ham. When did West Ham play? They played Bournemouth on Saturday night, right? And I'm looking at a front three of Somerville, Bowen, and Tati Castellanos, and I'm going, that's better than our front three. That
Well, I
seemed-
like Tatty.
but
Yeah, not
that
Tatty. I
seemed-
like Somerville. Yeah.
Listen, Somerville and Bowen right now, imagine on our wings, mate, I'm looking at West Ham, who are below us, and going, I'll take their forwards. No,
I mean, I've seen West Smash Forest. Hang on. This is the same Forest that I ran to 3 bars to, from bar to bar to bar, to try and find the game. I finally get to the bar, absolutely knackered, out of breath, having run uphill from bar to bar, to watch us get spanked 3-0. And we were lucky. 3-0 flattered us. And like, hang on, we're going to beat them at home. We've won 2 games. We haven't won at home. We've won 1 game at home since August the 16th. What I mean, when has that ever happened?
Do you know that the worrying thing about it is when I see people say things, I get it. Everyone's allowed an opinion. I don't think that's ever in doubt, Johnny.
No, 100%.
But I think an opinion needs to be substantiated with some sort of evidence to back it up. So when we say things like, "Oh, we'll
not
smash,"
always, not always.
no, but
yeah.
What I mean is, Johnny, when people are going to me, "Oh, well, we'll smash them," and I'm looking and going, "Sorry, who was the last team we smashed? Who are you looking at in this team?" And you go, "They'll score 3 or 4 goals to smash a team."
Brentford, actually, wasn't it?
What was Brentford 2-0, wasn't it?
Well, that's a smashing in house.
Yeah, but you know what I mean, right? Like back in the day under Poch and Redknapp, you'd go, "We'll get 4 past these today." You got Bale one wing, Lennon the other, Van der Vaart, Jermaine Defoe. You're thinking, "Oh, we've got goals in abundance here."
Yeah.
I watch this team go forward now, and I feel sorry for whoever the manager is, that this is what we've got going forward. This is what we've got to get us out of relegation scrap. You've got Richarlison, who I can't stand him, but you've got Matisse Tell. I cannot understand why we signed him, right? You've got Solanke, who for me, again, he gets raved about, but Solanke has never been a top striker in his career. He's never been a top
striker. Can I ask
striker.
you a question? He couldn't start. He had a sore throat, right? I had a sore throat. That hasn't stopped me, right? I ripped my calf, still went out last night. I had to go to an event, right? My point here is, anyway, he came on. The first 3 balls that came over in the air, he didn't even jump for the challenge. I was like screaming, like, what the fuck? Like, what's the point of you coming on? Tell and Solanke were like ghosts. At least Richarlison nearly scored. He came on and he got that poke in and the ball's like cleared off the line. But my point here, they were like ghosts when they came on. Were they not sent on to try and change the game? They changed absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Well, the worrying thing is, right, people keep saying this squad's better than... Unfortunately, the
Did you
data
put Barcelona there? Sorry.
Yeah. I'll put the Barca players in. But it's like when we say things like this, and I hope Tom's right, but like Tom said, this squad is good enough. The last 3 years of evidence, Johnny, has told us that it's not. But we just keep saying these things like it's okay. Like we're Spurs. We can't even beat Fulham. Can't even beat... These teams have been above us for a long time now, right? These teams used to be below us massively. We used to rock up to these teams and put 3 past them, 4 past them. Now, that is not the case. And when you look at the players that are missing, right, let's have a look at who's missing, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I rate all these players. But when this squad is fit, you would say possibly, right?
100%. I don't expect to have a problem when they're all fit.
Right? If you look here, so we've got Bentancur's out there. Who else is? You've got Kudus. You've got Madison. Right? You've got Kulu. Just forget the position just for the moment. Kulusevski. Right? When these players are available, Johnny,
it's a different scenario.
It's a completely different story.
Yeah.
When you are having to play the Tells and the Odeberts and the Richarlisons.
You can put Bergval in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not his biggest fan, but sure,
I am a fan of his. I think he'll have a very good career.
But you get my point, right? Is these guys here, Kulu, Madison, Kudus, for example, if they're playing right now, I'm saying I can see where the creativity comes from. I can see where the goals come from. I can see someone like Maddison that says, give me the ball, calm down, everyone. Give me the ball. I'm okay with it. I don't mind players being around me.
I mean, like Xavi Simons.
Well, but this is the problem. And when we've got fans going, no, we'll be absolutely fine. It's like, I don't know what they're watching, Johnny, that suggests we're just... Now, we might go to Fulham, Johnny. We might go to Fulham and get a win. Pray that we do, right?
I do.
But
and I'm going.
Yeah, no, pray that we do. But how many times have we seen this? I can already read the script. We're going to go to Fulham, full of hope and optimism. You know, Harry Wilson wraps one in the top corner from 20 yards out. We're 1-0 down and we're all sitting here going, right, who scores to get us back in this game? You can see it a mile off. I just don't know what we're, you know. But I mean, but again, the professionals can say the team is better than bottom 5, but for 3 years, Dan, that's the point, right? The numbers are showing us that we're not. Maybe, just maybe, everyone's overrating these footballers, Johnny. Maybe, just maybe. And I've been fighting against that for years. You know I have. I've been fighting against that. I've been called every name under the sun, told I'm not a real Spurs fan. But as I said at the beginning of the show, if you have 10 games where you don't do well, you say, God, Spurs are in shit form. When you have 3 years of it, you go, that's not form. That's the norm, isn't it? That's the norm.
We've all denied it. We've all looked at it and refused to even contemplate the fact that we could be in a relegation battle. And as I said earlier in the stream, game by game by game, more and more people are coming to the realization that it is at least, you cannot deny that it's at least a possibility. The fact that, you know, we were, I don't know, 100 to 1 to get relegated, or 80 to 1 to get relegated at the same as at the start of the season, and now we're 4 to 1 to get relegated, tells its own story. And if we lose to Fulham and any of those teams below us get a result, we're in trouble. You know,
there you go, Johnny. It's as though I already had it on the screen, right? Oh, hang on, that's a bit too big. Right, there we go. So the odds to go down, right? Obviously, forget Wolves and Burnley. I think they're gone, right? Look, I mean,
9 to 2, Will. Yeah, okay.
Right. You look at Spurs, right? The lowest I think you can get Spurs there is what, 4 to 1.
4 to 1, yeah.
You can get Spurs at 4 to 1. I think that's with William Hill.
7 to 2. No, 7 to 2 there is as well.
Oh, 7. So what? 3.5 to 1. Who's that? Yeah. Who's putting out Betfred or Bet MG, whoever? Again, the fact that Leeds, a team that have just been promoted, you can't get them lower than 11s, but you can get Spurs at 3.5 to 1. That tells you just how bad we are, doesn't it?
Do you know what? I might have a cheeky 200 quid on at 9 to 2, because if we stay up, it'll help pay towards my season ticket. And if we go down,
it's at the same time of it being unthinkable. And, you know, at the beginning of the season, none of us would have said we'll go down. But the problem is we've not learnt from last year, Johnny. Take it back further. If you remember at the second half of the first season under Ange, I'm not blaming Ange, by the way, anybody, before you all get your knickers in a twist. We got loads of injuries, if you remember, in that second half of that season, didn't we? And our form dropped off a cliff.
Yeah.
Right? We then continued that into season 2 with loads and loads and loads of injuries and scraped 17th. And everyone can make the excuse all they want, Johnny, about we down tools for the Europa League. The bad form kicked in long before we downed tools, right? That's now carried on into a third season in a row where the best players are not available through constant injury. Will they learn from it this summer, Johnny? Or are we just going to go, well, as long as they're all fit next year, we'll be all right?
Who's pitching the story? Right. If it's Johan Lang selling me any story, I ain't a buyer, right? The guy's just going to send me to sleep. That's why Fabio Paratici, I know a lot of people didn't like him, but at least he was a salesman. He could sell the dream. You need to sell someone the dream, because right now, come to Tottenham. Mm.
Yeah.
Listen, last season, guys. Right, look, we finished 17th last
I
season.
think you knew what I meant, right? When I'm
Yeah.
saying 17th, you knew what I meant, right? Let's not try and put a positive spin on being 13 points above the relegation zone and finishing in 17th place. My point was we finished 17th, right?
No team has lost 22 league games and remained in the league. Okay. So you want to flip
22 league games lost last year. I believe are we on 12 this year?
Can't remember what we're at.
Here we go. Tottenham have lost 12 this year. Right?
We need to lose another 10 to break that record. That's how bad we were last season. We're improving.
And if we do, but what people have got to remember as well is last year, they just said it, those chaps in that video. Last year, the three at the bottom were that bad, weren't they? They were like by this time last year, everyone knew who was relegated.
That's why we could concentrate on the Europa League and create 26% possession and make a total of 140 passes and one dubious shot on target to win. Right? I'll take it however it is. History will just show we won the Europa League, and I loved every minute of it. But
Rain, absolutely bang on. This is my point, Rain. For me, a lot of what we say as a fan base is arrogance. It's we're Spurs. I hear it every time. Couldn't even beat Wolves. Couldn't beat Fulham. Couldn't beat Palace. Brentford. I heard it all the time. Well, Thomas Frank's come from Little Brentford. What, you mean the Brentford he had above us for 3 years? Like on points. Like this is where we're at. The name is carrying us, Johnny. The name Tottenham
100%.
Actually papering over.
The name above the door only gets you so far, right? Okay. If your name on the restaurant or whatever is X, whatever your big name is, but you go in there and you deliver shit food, right? Your name is mud, means nothing, right? You have to deliver. Absolutely. You have to constantly deliver. And this club hasn't been delivering. And as like I said, look, our true demise, although since Chelsea are home in 2024, November 2024, the real demise has been since 2019, and that Champions League final where we failed to capitalise on our standing in world football or European football, where we could have attracted the top players in Europe because we were a club with ambition. We were a club challenging in the Premier League. We were a club that had status in the Champions League. Instead, we chose to ignore Poch's claims that his house was beautiful, but he needed some new furniture. We didn't deliver it. And this is why, fast forward 6-7 years, wherever you want, then, we are where we are today because the board and it's as I said, it's everybody needs to take a slice of the blame, but very much so the board and the investment in players was the catalyst for where we are today.
Johnny, if you for all of those of us, there's loads of us that have said this and there's loads that haven't. For all of us that have complained every transfer window about look at the state of the window, look at the state of the window, look at the state of the window.
I'm having mine cleaned as we speak.
Yeah, do you know what? My guy should be around soon. For every window that happens and people say, stop moaning, back the team, all you do is moan, you're toxic, you're negative. The problem is, Johnny, this has been coming year after year after year. If you keep weakening your squad, this is going to happen. And as we spoke about yesterday, the biggest thing for me is that we took for granted, not fans, I mean, the club took for granted just what Kane and Son do for Tottenham, right? We have taken this for granted for a decade. Don't worry. Well, we're never going to go down because those two will get 40, 50, 60 goals between them.
Look what taking Kane away did to Son.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. And, hang on. No. Ellie, you've not listened. Ellie always does this. She doesn't listen to me. For 3 years straight, over that time, Brentford have more points than Tottenham do. Right? Please listen, because this is not what I said. They didn't finish above us league position every year. Last year they did. This year they did. But again, I'll show this for anyone. Look, for 3 years straight. And by the way, since then, Brentford, by the way, have won 2 extra games and we've lost 3. So, sure, Johnny, you understood what I'm
No,
saying.
I do. I understand. Look, guys, right? At the end of the day, right? If you want to live in a river in Egypt, that's up to you, right? You can deny what is behind you, right? Which is there in your face, right? No one wants it to happen. I'm not trying to make this a self-fulfilling prophecy that, oh, you know, I was right. I told you we could go down. I'm not saying we're going to go down. I'm saying I hope we don't go down. I pray we don't go down. Every time I go to a game, the last 3 years, I've prayed I'd win the game. What we're talking about here is we can't deny the possibility. So all we're doing here today is talking about what if. What if we go down? What are the ramifications for the clubs should we go down? And the reason why we're talking about it is because people have said the best thing that can happen to this club is if we get relegated and the owners fuck off. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to go anywhere if we get relegated. It's as simple as that.
Look, I'm just... this is such a horrible position to be in. And I'm going to say something that's going to sound really entitled and arrogant as a Spurs fan here, Johnny, but I don't want it to be taken that way. There are clubs that come up and go down, come up and go down, come up and go down. And they kind of know at the beginning of the season, right, that their club could be in trouble with relegation. So, for example...
They put clauses in.
Right. But if you are, for example, Burnley, Leeds or Sunderland that came up last year, right? It doesn't matter how well Sunderland have done. In the back of their minds at the beginning of the season, you show me a Sunderland fan that didn't think we're probably getting relegated, right? Show me a Leeds fan that didn't say, cool, this is going to be a relegation battle.
I thought Sunderland would stay up. In fairness, Sean and I both said we thought that they would stay up.
Sure,
anyway,
but their fans would have been prepared. When you thought they would stay up, you're probably thinking they're going to be where we are now. They're going to be down there, but they're going to keep themselves up.
I thought they did some fantastic. I got to be honest with you. I thought they did some fantastic business and signing.
You get my point.
Yeah, I do.
Clubs that come up, right? We'll be talking about it, and with us, it's so far removed from our minds that it is more catastrophic for Tottenham to get relegated than it is for Burnley to go back down, right?
Correct.
Burnley will go back down. They'll keep most of their squad, add a few little players. They'll be in the top 4 or 5 all season in the Championship next year, yada, yada, yada. Tottenham, it is, to bring this full circle, it is catastrophic for this football club to be relegated, right? Catastrophic. We can all talk about Levy. We can talk about Enoch. We can talk about Frank, Ange, Conte, Jose, Redknapp, this player, that player, Romero. The bigger picture is they are all just people passing through our football club, Johnny.
Yeah.
As fans, we are the ones living this every year. We are living it. We are the fans. We are the ones that next year, if we go down, we're the ones that have to sit there and go, but by the way, what a summer it's going to be if we go down. It is going to be a revolving door at that football club.
Content dream.
But even from a content creator point of view, what happens if you get relegated? How many people right now, like this, there's nearly 1,100 in here. How many people are bothering to watch YouTube as much if Tottenham Hotspur are in a Championship?
Do you know what? Misery loves company, Savva. It seems to be. Look, don't tell me, mate. Don't tell me. Like I've worked this one out over the time. You win a game, yeah, you get the views. Lose a game. I mean, my video of me walking out, right, of the Arsenal game got more views than any win, right? Because
absolutely, because mate. My best videos are watch-alongs from when we lose. That's so weird.
Like, it's a fact, unfortunately.
It's so weird. But listen, I think this is, as Spurs fans, I don't truly believe anybody. I'll be honest, I don't believe anybody deep down. I think we can say we want to go down and we deserve it, and maybe the owners do, and all it. But deep down, I don't think there's a single Spurs fan that thinks this is actually a good idea for Spurs to get relegated. But like this person saying, we are not going down. All this YouTube content's so annoying. I'll tell you what's really weird. You're watching a YouTube channel and commenting on it while calling it annoying. That makes no sense.
Why? Listen, look, Eal or Ealt or whatever your name is, okay? Do you walk through the jungle denying the fact that there could be a lion or in the bush? Or do you just want to keep walking there blindly oblivious to what's behind you or what could be lurking in the shadows? All we're saying is to deny there's even a possibility that could happen is absolute madness. Do we want it to happen? Are we trying to make it happen? No. Do we want it to happen? No. But we can't find a win. We can't find a point. We're struggling in every aspect of our game right now. And if it doesn't change, then we have to face the possibility that it could happen. That's all we're talking about here. That's what content is. We are talking about the possibilities. You know, why do you think these guys are in there talking about the financial ramifications to a club like Spurs? Spurs never put it into their manifesto when they were pitching, right, to sponsors and to top players when they were trying to sign them. Oh, by the way, there is a possibility we could go down. No, you only looking up. We never look below us. But every time, every week that goes by, the reality becomes more of a possibility. And that's all we're saying. And, you know, if you don't want to listen to that, then fair enough. I don't want us to go down. Savva doesn't want us to go down. No one does.
I think it would be the height of embarrassment.
Not true, actually. There are some who do.
I think it would be the height of embarrassment to get relegated. You know, listen, with the banter, and we go, oh, we deserve it, and the players deserve it, the owners, and we can say that now, like Johnny, people can say that now, but when we're actually in the summer and we're watching all our players leave, right, and we're watching the type of players, this is something we've not talked about, Johnny. I don't know how you are for time, but this is something that we've not talked about. Is got to remember if we go down, and there's a fire sale, which there will be, 15 to 20 of these players, I truly believe, will exit the football club, right? You've now got to build a squad for the championship. And what happens is, Johnny, and sorry, I'm not teaching you to suck eggs, you're now having to put these players that are championship, right, onto 3 or 4 year contracts to get them to sign for Tottenham. Those players that you bring into the championship on 3 or 4 year contracts, if they get you out the championship, guess what? You now don't need them because they're not good enough to be in the Premier League. So
listen, all that joking about bringing Big Sam, right, become a reality when you're in the championship. Because if you think the level of boss that we had now is crap, right, we go to tier 3 probably. We don't want that. But look, there are plenty of people, unfortunately, as was seen on yesterday's show, and I've seen on other chats, the best thing for Spurs to happen is for us to be relegated. I can't get it. I don't get it. And it's, for me, it's delusional thought process. It really is. It really is. We'll have a reset. We'll have to have a complete smashing down of the whole club. Yes, we'll have a smashing out of the club. But it's going to be to the detriment of the club, not to the benefit of the club.
Yeah, it's crazy. By the way, guys, can you all subscribe to Johnny's given us a lot of his time this morning. If we could describe, that's not the word.
Subscribe.
I'm going mad. Honestly, if you had seen my show last night, I feel like I'm having a midlife crisis. Saying things I would never normally say, acting all weird. Please subscribe to Football Inc. I mean, Lubo, I'm sure I know you've watched the show because you just WhatsApped me. You're giving me a compliment after telling me off the other night. It's bad times.
How you doing, Lubo? First and foremost.
Guys. Good afternoon, everyone.
The thing about it, Lubo, is, and I think a lot of people, like I've already had people WhatsApp me, I can't believe you want us to go down. I'm like, no, they're not listening. You guys get where I'm coming from. I think it's catastrophic to get relegated. I
When
don't
do
think
we ever say we wanted us to go down? We're saying we don't want us to go down, but this is the possibility. These are the ramifications if we go down. To those who are denying it's ever a possibility, you're delusional. It's there. It's there behind you. It's behind you. The murderer is behind you, ready to strike, right? And unless we wake up and these players wake up and stop fighting the fans, okay, look at their own performances, start becoming one, not talk about becoming one, start actually becoming one team, right? They go. Some of those players, I don't think give a shit because they think, you know what, we'll go down, I'm out of here. They'll have to sell me.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's one of the problems. And for people that think ENIC will sell, you know, if you had a house and the value of your house dropped by about 60%, would you sell or would you hang on? You certainly wouldn't sell and take a massive drop like that. And these are business people. They're not going to sell. The best thing that can happen is that we stay up just and they get a really big shock at how close that asset was to diving, and they take a view to sell, or they pull their fingers out after 25 years and start treating the club with a bit of respect.
100%. That's the only thing. A near miss.
Wasn't last season the shock needed? Like, let's give it another analogy.
No, because they won a trophy, Sav, and it was covered by the Champions League. So everybody,
I get it.
So
I get it, but 17
financially, but they think financially, Sav.
Sure, yeah.
So the Champions League, they're going in the Champions League. I heard today that I listened to a video of Kieran Maguire saying that Spurs have earned 70 million already up to now from the Champions League. That's what they'll do.
And isn't it like another 15 million if you get to the next stage as well? And then it's like another 50, like it just goes up and up and up. Yeah. But Lubo, what I mean by that is, you know, we finished 17th last year. And the reason why there wasn't, listen, we were annoyed. Everyone was upset, but you knew we weren't going down because Ipswich,
Leicester and Southampton.
Ipswich, Leicester and Southampton were so bad
that
it was never touching distance. West Ham are one win away from going, shit, they're a point behind us, right? So there is touching distance. But you would have thought that would be the moment where they go, bloody hell, guys, we've crept into the Champions League. We finished 17th. Yeah. We need a big boost.
So here's the boost. So here's the boost, Savva. Right? The PR campaign has already started. Spurs plan to rip up their wage structure and invest in the squad if relegation is avoided. Tottenham's owners are planning to rip up the club's rigid wage structure and undertake a major squad overhaul this summer if relegation is avoided. Spurs are at risk of dropping into the Championship with Igor's side sit there, blah, blah, blah. But it is claimed that if Spurs avoid relegation, then the Lewis Family Trust that owns the club will make big signings in the summer with an acknowledgement that the club have underinvested in players' salaries for years. Tottenham's wage bill is reported the lowest of the so-called Big Six clubs, but there is a growing feeling that a correction is long overdue. The report says that January signing Conor Gallagher is on wages of about 200 grand a week, making him their highest paid player. I'm sure Cuti Romero will be delighted about that. But
Johnny,
let me tell you,
wrong.
cheap
wrong.
is cheap.
That's wrong. I've heard it. I've heard this morning. It's categorically incorrect. Romero is
I thought it was on about 165, but
yeah, it's about 160, I think.
Either way,
right, whether it's categorically wrong, the number, I'm just reading out what was reported on Sky Sports, mate. Right, but what I'm saying to you is the PR campaign is already jam tomorrow. We'll have jam on your toast. At the moment, we can't even put it in the toaster, right? We can't put the butter on it, but it's all down the road.
There was an interesting article in today's Daily Mail where they actually said that the first step towards avoiding relegation is understanding and admitting that you're in a relegation fight for survival, and Spurs have done that by getting rid of Thomas Frank. So let's see where they go from here. That's just the first step.
Do the players believe it though, Lubo?
Well, that's the problem. in the same report, I think it said that the players don't care enough, do they?
No, their ego. Their
Lubo,
ego.
did you see what Ali McCoy said this morning? You seen what Ali McCoy said?
No, I haven't seen that.
And by the way, this is, let's be fair, before everyone starts going, oh, Ali McCoy is a really good broadcaster. He's got nothing against Spurs. Ali McCoy's just turned around and said, he was like, literally, he had like a 3-point manifesto, not quite a Lubo 7-point plan, but he said basically, 1, the players don't care enough. 2, they're not as good as we think. And 3, that their attitudes absolutely stink. Not in those words, but it was literally, he was ripping into like Van der Ven, Romero, and you know, this is the worry, Lubo. We're all saying we can find 3 wins from 11, but it doesn't matter how good you are. You know this, Lubo. It don't matter how good you are. If your mindset, if your attitude is not switched on to the right dial, it doesn't matter. You're going to get beaten. Like when we played Fulham at the weekend, Fulham's players, people go, oh, Fulham have got nothing to play for. Blah, blah, blah. Fulham are playing actively for European football at the moment.
Yeah.
But what will Fulham's players do? They will fight for the cause. They will battle for Marco Silva. They're a well-oiled team, a well-oiled unit. We are not. That's the worry, Lubo. We're not pulling in the same direction.
Well, hopefully you think that a week of Tudor's influence on the training ground this week will sharpen minds and sharpen focus. It all comes back. It's funny actually, just listening to you guys before saying that the you know, we're sort of cushioned slightly because our wages to revenue isn't like 60-70% like a lot of clubs. If it was 60 to 70%, we'd have bought the better players and we wouldn't be in this position in the first place.
I think it was tongue-in-cheek, Lou, but I think it was more tongue-in-cheek than,
I'm sure.
you know, we were taking the piss.
It was like, well, out of adversity comes some sort of positive if you're looking at it that way. But, you know, again, it comes down to Sadio Mane in our training grounds, July 2016, followed by Wijnaldum with Pochettino. Levy wouldn't pay the wages, and we finished 7 points behind Chelsea that year on 86 points. If Mane and Wijnaldum had been in that team or been playing, he could have mixed up the squad a bit more. He would have had stronger players coming on, and we may well have, you know, for me, Mane would have made up those 7 points.
Sure, I think it was more
the first time in 66 years, and that's just for me. This is why I hated Levy so much, because he has just wrecked between them. Him and ENIC have just diminished the standing of this club so much that, you know, you can't get away. Luck rides for only, you can ride your luck for only so long.
I agree.
And the cupboard's bare now. All the top players are gone.
Saying something comes home to roost. The chickens
come home to roost. But you know, we've had you know, they brought Ramos in. Levy got rid of Berbatov on the 31st of August and gave him Fraser Campbell. Ramos got off to a horrendous start. Remember that? 2 points from the first 24. He then brought in Redknapp, who brought in Defoe, I think, and Cranshaw and various other players.
Yeah, Palacios and
that's right, and save the day. So he had to bring Redknapp in to save his face. That occasion, Redknapp went on. They got rid of Redknapp. They brought AVB on. That was fairly average compared to what Redknapp brought. He then got lucky because Van Gaal didn't want to know, had said yes, and then took the United job. Got lucky. Poch was choice number 2. Poch did a great job. He got rid of Poch. You know, he'd taken us further than anywhere we'd ever been in our history to a Champions League final. And because things started going wrong for the first 3 months after 5 really good years, and without backing, didn't buy him a player for 520 days. Never seen that before. Never.
Of course.
Got rid of him. Had this whole thing with Mourinho. Got Mourinho third time of asking. Wouldn't back Mourinho, got rid of him a week before the cup final, you know, and so on and so on and so on. Conte came, didn't get backed. Kane and Son have now gone. The whole of Poch's team has now gone, basically, the whole lot. I don't include
Ben Davies.
Well, he squad. Well, yeah, one left. But
don't you forget about Ben Davies.
Absolutely. No, who has been there. I know he takes a lot of stick. And he's not of a level, but he's been a model professional.
He runs the book club. Don't
belittle
the book club membership.
And you know what? Levy must be happy he jumped because, as you say, chickens come home to roost. Your luck runs out, and his luck ran out, and now he's left. They've kicked him out, and now they've got to deal with the shit, basically.
But the thing is
that he's been instrumental in bringing about for 25 years.
I don't doubt that, and I think I think one of the key things here, Lubo, that we talked about, Johnny and I have talked about is, and I don't know if you saw the beginning of the show where we showed the two financial football experts talking about it, is this has been years in the making, right? Like there's a lot of Spurs fans that are sort of going, oh my God, I can't believe what's happened. This has been years in the making. This is what happens when you constantly don't replace good players, when you constantly just buy kids, when you don't buy goal scorers, this is what happens, unfortunately. And whether people can sit here all day long and argue about this player with that player, none of that really matters, right? But what does matter is it's the old adage, right? If you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, right?
So I've come in.
Hang on. Buy bad, buy twice, right? And unfortunately, we've now got to the stage where I think a lot of fans have now, their eyes have gone like that and gone, shit, maybe I have overrated X, Y, Z. Because this is now, Lubo, it doesn't matter the name of the manager above that door. They can only do so much. This is a catastrophic, shambolic mess.
So I've come in at exactly the right point, right? Because Lubo's talking about, their luck's run out. And I tried to explain, there's this thing, people in chat have to realise there's this thing. When you're on YouTube, you say stuff, people tell you you're mad. And then you have to wait to be proved right for people to realise, that what you were saying was not necessarily mad or not. And I was saying, earlier this season, I went on the stream and I was talking about this thing that I've realised through analysing what's happened in the past, that we've never finished in the Champions League spots unless we've had either Bale or Harry Kane in our team, right? For the whole of ENIC, and both of those players were accidents. We nearly got rid of Kane. Came really, really, really close. And Pochettino has actually confirmed that it was even closer than we thought, because actually they tried to get rid of Kane after Pochettino came in. We just thought they tried to get rid of Kane before Pochettino came in with Sherwood, but now we've had it confirmed from Pochettino that actually they went to Pochettino, we need to get rid of this kid, eh? And he went, no, he'll be my third striker. He'll be my third striker. And it turned out to be a good thing, right? But Bale as well, he nearly went out until Harry was being encouraged to loan him out, to get him out of the club, because we weren't winning any games with him. It was something like 26 game run we went on where with Bale in the team, and we hadn't won a single game. And they were trying to force Bale out. So our two superstars from the last 20 years, both accidents, neither deliberate, right? It's not like we went into the market and went, we'll have you. You're going to be our superstar that's going to absolutely rocket us. And without those two accidents, we're nothing. Without those two accidents, we're
Ryan, what it's going to show is, right? What it's going to show is, again, we paper over everything. And somebody in the chat's made a really, really good point here, and I just want to find it. I think this is a really, really good point. It said, this started nearly 10 years ago, but the Champions League run deluded our level and expectations for years, not just within the fan base, but within the club. And I think this is spot on, because that Champions League run, as brilliant as it was, I think it made many people think we are a bigger club than we are and should just be demanding top four rather than actually doing what do Man City, Liverpool, Chelsea, United, when these clubs have a bad year, what do? They go out in the sun. Look, I'll tell you what, look at last January. Man City were in horrific form. Do you all remember? Man City had like won something like 1 in 11 games or something. They were in free fall. They went out in January and they spent, 220 million, whatever it was, on footballers, right? And you go...
Straight into the first team.
Right, straight into the first team. Boom, boom, boom. Spurs, we have let Bale, as you said, then Kane and Son, paper over the need to build a good football team. And this is why when people say to me, like I always get people going, what would Conte do with his squad? Not a lot. What do you think Conte would do with his squad? When Conte finished fourth, he had Kane and Son and Kulu up top, right? These managers, no matter how good they are, guys, they always need top players to get them to where they're going, right? Pep Guardiola, as brilliant as he is as a football manager, has brilliant players. He says it himself. Pep Guardiola wouldn't pick up this squad and suddenly we're going, oh my God, look how good we are. We're top four. You're bang on, Rain. Bang on. Sorry, Luba, I can see you want
the most Spursy thing probably that we've ever done was have our best ever season since the double year, finish with 86 points, and then move out of White Hart Lane to Wembley. You know, just when we dropped 4 points the whole season. He's got a great team. What happens? We go to Wembley. There's no money for transfers. At the time when he needed it, just to literally, we were second, 86 points, bring in those 2 or 3 top players, and then go and win the league the year after because we were there. That team was pretty much virtually there. That season and the season before, when we finished third to Leicester and second to Chelsea, we accumulated more points in the Premier League than any other team over 2 seasons, and ended up not winning it. So the players were there, the performances were there, the manager was there, the coaching was there, everything was there. And
unfortunately, it's including Daniel Levy. Unfortunately, Lupo.
And that was the problem. And that was the problem. And I still say, Johnny, even if he'd have raised the wages, raised the wage cap for Kane to accommodate Mane at the beginning of that 16-17 season, then Spurs, I think, would have won the league because I think Mane always being there would have made a massive difference, and Wijnaldum for that matter.
It's just crazy, guys, isn't it? Because you know, we always talk about having a maverick, don't we? Like, you know, as I said, even in the 90s, there was a couple of years where we weren't very good, right? But you always knew Teddy was going to get you enough goals, didn't you? You always knew, don't worry, you got Teddy Sheringham up front. He's going to get 17, 18 league goals, 25 in all competition, whatever it is. Teddy's going to keep you up. Then we had Klinsmann, right? Another one you knew. And then you've gone to the likes of Ginola and Campbell. Sorry, I know we don't like him, right?
Les Ferdinand.
And you got, yeah. And then you go in later years, you've got your Kanes, you've got your Son. Problem is now, guys, I think that a lot of fans are not coming to the reality that the squad we've got is no longer superior to the Wolves. Not Wolves so much, but to Palace, Fulham, Brentford, Brighton, Bournemouth. When you actually look at these squads now, and we go, oh, we got much better. Like people go, we got much better players than Bournemouth. I watched Bournemouth the other night. I'm going, who we got in our team that's much better than these players I'm watching now?
Rayan's better than Tell.
Got Rayan. I mean, who scouted him? He looks brilliant, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's better than Tell, that's for sure.
He's better than Tell and Odegaard put together, mate. He's, you know, but you get my point, Johnny. We've assembled a squad over the years now that when you've removed Kane and you've removed Son, you're suddenly going, shit, this squad isn't actually good, is it? This is a bad squad. And I get so much heat for saying this. I get so much heat, Johnny, for this. But this squad, I think, is crap. I think it's crap.
I agree that it's not brilliant. I agree, but I do believe that had we had a Maddison, a Kudus, whatever,
sure.
The thing is, when we only had Kudus, it was very easy to stop us. Just put 2 on Kudus and we got nothing. We had no middle, we had no this, we had no that, we had no creativity. You know, we were lucky when Christian Eriksen left the club and we never replaced that creative element that we had someone like Harry Kane, who took it upon himself to up his game and start dropping into the middle of the park and become that creative influence. But had we not had that, you know, the writing would have been on the wall much earlier. And we haven't addressed it. And having one creative midfielder, if that's what you want to call Xavi Simons, is not enough. I look at Arsenal, they've got option after option after option for creativity, both on the flanks and through the middle. And we don't have it. We just don't have it. We are, it's a poor squad. It's a poor squad.
This is why, Johnny, in the summer, this is why I was so adamant with everyone that it was a neglectful window, because you've got to have options. And Xavi Simons may come good, right? But you've got to factor in that a player joining the Premier League might take some time to settle. He was never going to be as good as James Maddison in year one, right? And essentially, that's what he's replaced, right? He's replaced Maddison in year one. But Maddison's a 28-year-old, isn't he? 28, 29.
But look, he lost. Look, there's no excuse for losing the ball 22 times on Sunday, right?
No, I'm not saying there is, Johnny. But at the same time, if anyone goes and backs and watches Xavi Simons play, when he gets the ball, the first thing he does is scan, right? And there is no one there.
Oh, there's nothing. I agree.
There is no one. So what he ends up doing is driving with the ball to the point where you're going, oh, you've got 2-3 men around you now.
Yeah, 100%.
Had he have been, Johnny, I'll ask you this question, right? Had Xavi Simons have been in this team in where Delhi is, are you telling me we don't see a 10 times?
No, listen, because then he plays a different role at 100%. Look,
right.
I'm not saying that. I also said to you that Kudus would be a better player if he wasn't the only option for us going forward. Because, I mean, look, Jed Spence on Sunday, having, worked out that he had Saka, he did very good job on Saka in the previous game, blah, 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 and he's very good defensively. They decided to go 2s up on him. And we never did anything. Xavi Simons never tracked back. No one really tracked back to help him out. And he was poor on Sunday. But it's the same when we're going forward. When you've only got one attacking option or one creative option, you want to stop Spurs, just go 2s up on them. And we got absolutely no other option. We got nothing.
I think we've got enough evidence that we can say with a high degree of certainty Jed Spence is not a very good left back. I think we can absolutely say that.
Well, Ryan, the problem is...
He may be a decent footballer who can fill a job, but if you put Jed Spence at left back, what you get is a very limited defensive fullback that limits you going forwards. We've looked very different. We looked very different for those 2 or 3 games where we had a Udogie on the left-hand side who gave us a little bit of width on that left-hand side. It didn't take very much, and actually, even Simons, people were like, "Oh, actually, Simons is starting to look better." Why is that? Because, as Sav says, he looks up, and all of a sudden, there's somebody on his left-hand side, and there was Odebear on his right-hand side, and it's easy.
You can't say Jez Spence can't defend on the left-hand side. But
no, I'm saying what you get is a
defensively.
You get a defensive fullback.
Yeah. But the thing is, what people don't seem to allow any leverage here is the fact that he's a right back.
Yes.
I mean, he's not playing right back. I mean, even when Porro's been injured, he's still not playing right back. He's putting fucking Archie Gray there. I mean, no disrespect to Archie, but come on.
Right back.
Put Jed Spence at right back. That's where he belongs. That's where he's meant to be. Right.
But Johnny, doesn't this all come down to, again, we didn't buy the right pieces for the puzzle.
Correct.
In the summer, Spurs must have looked and gone, right, our 2 fullbacks are Porro and Udogie. They're not even proper fullbacks. Right, let's buy some fullbacks. Nope. Spurs didn't want to do that.
19-year-old Brazilian.
Right.
It's like I'm just going to say, it's like having a jigsaw puzzle, right? And you're desperate to finish it. So what you do when you're like 4 or 5 years old, try ramming the wrong piece in and go, look, it's done now. Well, hang on a minute. Look, that bit's poking out.
But Johnny, the funny thing about this is we have this evidence, right, Hang on. Oh, I've seen a comment. I've got to bring this up. 75% of the most toxic YouTubers. Oh, hello, Jammer AT. How you doing?
Hey.
Savva, Johnny, and Lou. Yeah, get Lubo involved. He never gets stick. Let's get Lubo some stick. Would be nice if you weren't negative all the time. I'll tell you what, Jammer.
Jammer, I wanted Frank. Yes. Let me tell you something.
On.
He was not top of my list. Hang on, I'll answer back and you can answer for Lubo, whatever. Right? Did I want Frank? Yes. Was he top of my list? No. When we appointed him, did I talk about Frank being a good manager? Yes, I did, right? Did I think he would do well at this club? Yes, I did. Did he do well at this club? No, he didn't. Did I think he should be sacked when he didn't? Yes, I did. I don't have a problem, mate. No problem.
Do you know the funny thing, Johnny? I'll say this. Jammer, thank you for your comment.
Is it my Jammer?
If you could give me 3 talking points that are positive at Tottenham, myself and the panel will discuss it. As I see it, we are sitting here 3.5 to 1 with the bookies to get relegated. Yes, 3.5 to 1 with the bookies to go down. Bottom of the form table for 12 games, right? We haven't won a game in 2026. We've got a massive injury crisis. The new manager is already calling out the board and out the state of the club. But sure, you fill me in on the positives you would like us to talk about. Thank you, Jammer. But Johnny, we all see this evidence every summer, right? Where we don't buy what we need. And still, I go on YouTube show after YouTube show where I'm shut down and told, can't do it all in one window. We don't ever do it in any window. Spurs don't buy what they need. Arsenal went out this summer, right? You listen, right? You listen to what the Arsenal fans saying all summer. We need more depth at centre half. What did they go and do? Hincapié and Mosquera, right?
Yeah.
We need depth in goalkeeper. They go out and get Kepa, who's a Spanish number 1, right? Has been a Spanish number 1 as their number 2, right? We need more depth on the wing. They go and buy Madueke. We need a striker. They go and get Gyökeres. We need midfield depth. They go and get Zubamendi and Norgard. We need
Eze.
Odegaard. They go and get Eze, right? So we can't do it all in one window. They've got centre-backs, full-backs, goalkeepers, centre-mids, strikers and wingers all in one window. Spurs just replaced injured players. And that's the difference, right? That is the difference. Other clubs will go and buy what they need. Bournemouth, I'll take this away from the big clubs now. Bournemouth sold Semenyo in the first or second week of January, right? Yeah. By the third week of January, Rayan is at the club, right?
Correct.
Whether you rate
Succession.
him or not, right? Spurs sold Brennan Johnson on the 2nd of January, not replaced. Spurs sold Son with about a month of the summer transfer window to go, not replaced, right? Yeah. These other clubs buy what they need. We go, don't worry, Gray can fill in at right back. Don't worry, Davis can shift over to left back. Don't worry, Maddison could go to left. It's a shambles.
There's 19 Premier League clubs whose chairman treats football as a priority, and we're the one club where football is not the priority. And that's why there's no succession plan in place. Nobody's looking for the future. There's no short, mid, or long-term strategy. There never has been.
No, I know.
You can't run a business this way. They've just neglected it and got lucky, and the luck's run out now. The luck is run out.
No business works this way.
Of course not.
You go into retail and you neglect your product, and very quickly your revenue stops coming in. That's the way it works. You go into logistics and you neglect the service that you provide to your customers, and very quickly the revenue stops coming in. So they're not very good. They're not very good businessmen.
They're not. There's all this thing about ENIC being great businessmen. Well, they're on the precipice of losing, I don't know, 2.5 billion off the worth of their asset. And football is their core business. I heard them saying that on the video you played earlier, Sav, that non-footballing activities account for about 55 million.
55 million, yeah.
Out of 565. That's just under 10% of the turnover.
But this is the thing, Lubo,
is
how
on
many
non-footballing activities.
How many fans, when they come on shows and go, don't worry, we've got the stadium, it generates, 10% of the year, 10%.
That's right.
Everyone seems to think it gives us like 200 million a year. It's 10%.
Yeah.
That's
and
why,
off that 55 million,
that's why I came on yesterday. I felt like I had to say something yesterday when I was hearing what I was saying. But I'll tell you. So I just want to go back to the squad situation. And like earlier in the season, like we lost 3-0 to Forest, and even back then, it should have been obvious to forget the fans, forget people in chat. It should have been obvious to people in the club, like Lange, right? It should have been obvious to them that we had a serious problem. We got mauled 3-0 by Forest, and I was on here with Sav, and I'm just a fan who just goes, I'm just a season ticket holder. Sav does these streams daily. He's all over football. But even we could look at our central midfield, which I don't think we had Paulinho. I think it was Gray, and I think it was Gray, and I think it might have been Ben or Bentancur. It was one of those. It was two of those three, and they had Anderson, Elliott, and they had Sangare, and they had Louise on the bench, right? And when looking at that, for Lange to come out after this transfer window and act as though, after the January transfer window, and act as though we should all be surprised that we've got problems in the squad. This guy, Lubo, forget Vinay, forget Frank, right? This guy is stealing a living from our club. He has absolutely no clue whatsoever what he's doing. It's very, very obvious.
Well, and there's no one on the board with any football knowledge who can see that. And that's the biggest worry, Rain, because everything comes from the top. Every business runs from, the owners. They drive the business strategically, logistically, every which way, financially. And all they're interested in is building the value of the club so they can sell it. And interesting, just with my pal Jeff at half time on Sunday, and just saying why they haven't sold the club. And Jeff was saying, well, look, if you're looking to sell, which and the club has quietly, I've been told, been on the market for a few years, and they have had various people come in and offer on the club, then the more you spend on transfers, the more in debt you become, the less attractive your price is going to be. So again, that comes down to finances again, and that's what's driven ENIC for 25 years, and that's why this isn't the club that I grew up following and watching.
So let's be clear, right? So you and me. Levy, everybody calls him an accountant. I'm going to clarify that, right? I'm going to clarify that. I'm going to go even further. He was a cost accountant, okay? And cost accountants are only interested in minimizing costs. They're not interested in investment. That's absolutely what Levy was. He was a minimizing cost.
Do you know what it was, Ray?
And we've still got them. We've still got them, Lubo.
There's a saying that people know the cost of everything and the value of nothing.
Yeah.
And that's him. Him.
There's a very good reason why in business accountants are not made CEO. It's very, very, very rare.
Sure.
And that's because they don't take risks.
Right.
They refuse to take risks, and businesses die because of that. If you don't, I mean, let's go back to our good friend Frank. If you don't, it's a risk not taking risks. Here we are. Did we take a risk in January? Did we take a risk and go and get Lookman? We're absolutely desperate for somebody that everybody's calling out people like even Tudor for the Arsenal result. But you know what? And even like Van der Ven for not pushing up. But what I'm looking at is a team that had no outball whatsoever. At least at the start of the season, we had Kudus. You could get the ball to Kudus. It would stick to him. Yes, he might have been double or triple marked, but at least he'd go on a little run and it would, provide some relief. On the weekend, there was virtually nothing up top. There's no width. There's no players to hit the ball up to.
Right.
We're absolutely desperate for somebody like Lookman to come into the squad, or like Semenyo, like City did with Semenyo, that we could get the ball to. They can hold on to the ball and bring other players in. We can go and get them.
Right.
Look how good he's been over at Atletico Madrid. I'm done.
Right. We got two wingers, both injured. Kudus and Odegaard. We've got two wing backs. If you're going to play a three at the back, both injured. Poronu Dogi doesn't have many options in terms of how he wants to play. Attacking wise, doesn't have too much. In fact, Tudor played every single available midfield player in that 11 on Sunday. That's what he was reduced to doing. Gray, Basuma, Gallagher, Paulinia, those four.
And the reality of the situation is, we knew that was the situation.
And Sarr, five. He had five midfield players in that 11.
And we knew that was the case in January. And we knew that was the case in January for at least February, March. I look at every time Lange comes out and does an interview, what's the saying? It's better to keep your mouth shut and let people think you're stupid than to open your mouth and
tell them correct.
And every time Lange does an interview, you're like, you are clueless, mate. You have got no idea whatsoever. None. Zero.
Just quickly, Johnny needs to leave. Sorry, guys, I had to make some toast. I was done. Johnny needs to leave. Guys, here is the link to Football Link. Please go over and subscribe. Help out
Thank
Johnny
you, guys.
and Sean. And maybe Sean will, I don't know. Maybe Sean will return to YouTube again soon. He's been missing in action for a few days, hasn't he?
Yeah, hopefully he's back. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. Guys, if you like football chat, obviously this is Spurs related, but if you like football chat that's about everything to do with football, whether it's finance, whether it's VAR, whether it's some controversy that's anywhere in the football Premier League or in Europe, we will discuss it. So if you like that, get on down to Football Link. It's a young channel. It's about 7 months old now, but we're growing nicely. So if you get a chance after the show or now or wherever, just hit that and subscribe. Really appreciate it. Savva, thanks for having me on. Good chapters today.
Thanks so much, mate. Appreciate it.
Lubo, nice to see you guys. And I will speak to you soon. Good luck. Come on, you Spurs. And no one wants Spurs to get relegated. Savva and I are not advocating relegation. We're not negative. All we're saying is there has to be a possibility that we could. The bookmakers say there's a possibility because we're at 7-2 to get relegated. So let's hope it doesn't happen. Come on, you Spurs. See you later, guys.
Yeah. Look, it's interesting, guys. I started the show by showing the video from the financial experts, and it's just so much deeper than we all think, right? I think we all pretend we know everything that's going on in football, but it is very deep. Johnny is certain, and I'd like to know what you guys think, that there are people that think if we go down, that ENIC will sell. And we go, oh, we've got to go down because it gets rid of ENIC. I'm with Johnny. I feel like it's the opposite. I think if we go down, ENIC are going to want to try and get back up to get the resale, to get the sale value higher. Where are you guys with that? Just while I eat my peanut butter on toast. Sorry.
So listen, if you had a house crash and the value of your house drops dramatically, you're going to sell when it's at the bottom, or you're going to hold. Why would you sell when you're at the bottom? You buy when you're at the bottom. You don't sell.
Yeah.
So there's your answer.
Absolutely, 100%. There is, if the chance that they're going to sell up now is like 15%, the chance if we go down is less than 1. It's less than 1%. They will. Nobody's. The club is only worth the club is worth a factor of the revenue that the club receives, and everybody needs to understand that. When we go down, they're going to be getting a lot less revenue, but that means that the club's going to be worth a lot less. So if the club goes down to like 1.5 billion, if that's what it's going to be worth, and the majority of that is just pure asset, you're almost taking the revenue factor out of the business whatsoever. Then there's no incentive for them to sell at all. They're getting nothing from it. There is one slight sliver. There is one slight sliver of a chance, and the sliver of a chance is that they hive off the football operations, and just so that it's in it's ring fenced, and they sell that, and they keep all of the property side, which is effectively what ENIC's interested in. ENIC is a property investment company, and it just happens.
All the debt for the 13 companies is against the club.
Against FC Limited.
Yep.
So whoever buys the football club will be buying that debt. They will be buying that. So that's the only chance is that they sell the stadium and the football operations. But I think even then the chance is so low, because I don't think anybody's going to come in and buy it. Or they lease the stadium to somebody who runs the football operations. You're getting quite.
Nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that.
No, exactly.
Who's going to spend? Who's going to give them the money they want, and not take the ground?
Yeah.
And the training grounds.
Yeah.
And the players, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you look at what the properties are worth that they've got dotted up and down the high roads, you look at it there. You look at it from that perspective, and I think in the year ending 23 or 24, I think there was £374 million worth of cash dotted across the whole of ENIC. Remember, the football club is one company out of 13 or 14.
Yeah.
But whatever the other X amount of companies that are live, not all of those 13, I don't think are live. I think they just, that some are just set up ready to go.
Yeah.
But the debts against the properties are all are covered by the club.
So we talk about the Glazers, right, and how the Glazers have farmed Manchester United.
That's as I understand it.
Farmed interest off of Manchester United. They leverage their buyout against the club, and then they get an interest payment from the club for purchasing it, and that's it. And I hate to say it, but to a lesser or greater degree, everybody talks about the stadium being an amazing thing that's been done but to a lesser or greater degree, it's actually the way that ENIC have farmed Tottenham Hotspur fans and the money that we give them, because they've saddled all the debt basically onto our club, leveraged off of the revenue which they get from us, and now we can't even get rid of them, because if they do leave, the debt will still be effectively on us.
Well, what you would probably need, Rain, would be somebody with very, very deep pockets to come in and buy the club and clear the debt.
Deep pockets.
Yeah, now you're talking Saudi, basically.
Yes, basically.
Yeah.
Deep pockets is the opposite you want.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't want deep pockets. Deep pockets is the total opposite of what you want. We've already got deep pockets.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Okay.
I was being sarcastic, mate.
You know what I mean. But it's interesting. You mentioned the Glazers there, Rain. I was listening on Talk Sport a few months ago, and could have been Kieran Maguire, one of the money men, and he was saying that the dividends that the Glazers have pulled out of United cost them, that debt alone costs them 30 million every year, just in interest.
Yeah, they're just farming United, basically. They're just skimming.
So they take out the money they put in, and the debt goes on the club.
But do you know what? I like? Do you know what the funny thing with Man United is? And as the season's gone on, we've seen it. At least Man United went out and spent £200 million on free forwards in the summer, didn't they? Man United went out and revolutionised their front three. Now, whether it was working under Amorim or not isn't the point. Those players are good. And now Sesko suddenly starting to score goals. Cunha, Mbuemo, right? Look at that front three. Spurs went out. We bought people like Tell, right? We've bought people like Odegaard. Like this is the levels where we're operating at. Just want to show you this, right? So Sky Sports at the moment have got a great big piece on. There you go. Can you see that? So Sky Sports have got this great big piece on. What's it? Look, Tottenham relegation from Premier League, a real possibility after North London derby thrashing. And there's just a few things I wanted to show from this. I'm sure most of you have seen it before, but when it talks about the form, there you go. Look, there is the form table. 7 points from 12 games. And the point that they mention is the two clubs that are in the thick of it with us, which are West Ham and Forest, in that same time frame have made up 5 points on us. Right? Now, if that was to happen again, if they were to make another 5 points on us between now and the end of the season, we will be relegated. Now, obviously, football it doesn't work like that. It's not black and white like that. But those teams seem to be getting their act together a little bit. Then you scroll down, it's this, right? It shows the injuries. Look, the current injuries and suspensions in the Premier League. I mean, look, it's just absolutely ridiculous how bad we are every year with this.
Yeah.
Right? Look at that. It's absolutely ridiculous. 5 midfielders, five defenders, 5 midfielders, and 1 attacker. Right? Like, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And the worrying thing is our attack is so shit that we're only missing 1 proper attacker and we still can't score goals. Then if you scroll down, look at this by Spurs' current injuries and suspensions. Look at the days out missed by these players. Look at the days out missed by these players. Like, these aren't injuries where people go and then you go, oh, they'll be back in 5 days. Look at it. Absolutely ridiculous.
And in January, Lange is saying, "Oh, we didn't know we were going to have some players out injured." Like, mate, come on.
And that's what I was going to go on to, Rain. What frustrates me about this, right? What frustrates me about all of this is, said it, and I can bring up the proofs, people won't believe me, is whether I liked Frank or not, we said going into that transfer window, you have got to back him or sack him. Yeah. Right? Because during January, if I'm not wrong, and Lubo will know this because he's like an encyclopedia, I think we played 8 games of football in January, I think. 7? 8. Okay. 8 games of football in January. Now, in that same time, West Ham have gone and signed 3 forwards, haven't they? Whatever you think of them, they've gone and signed Pablo from Brazil, they've signed Tati Castellanos from Lazio, and they signed Adama Traore. And if you actually look at when they signed those players, has coincided with West Ham's form. I think they've not lost in 6 or something, right? This is the difference. Sliding door moments. Had Spurs have gone and bought in a few forwards in January, could we have got a couple of extra points from those games in January, like Burnley away, for example, right? Could you get an extra point or 2 in those games? But we didn't, right? We didn't bother doing that. So we've come out of January, people going, oh, yeah, I wouldn't have given Thomas Frank money. Well, how do you feel about that now? Because Thomas Frank's not here and we're still desperate. So I think this is a situation of our own making. And I know you've got to go, Rain. I know you've got to go.
So just, because I need to go. But I think you've just encapsulated like the 2 sides of it. And it drives me nuts, personally, when people say we shouldn't buy Frank players. It's not for Frank, it's for us. It's not for Frank, it's for us. And in the summer, Man United didn't go and buy Amorim 3 forwards for 250 million or however much it was.
Man United.
They bought those players from Man United, right? They're going to be at Man United for 3, 4, maybe 7 years. Who knows, right? And that's going to outlast any coach. Trust me.
Right.
Evidence says it's going to outlast any coach. So when people were saying, "Oh, do we want to back Frank?" Forget Frank. Forget any coach. We need to buy players for us. And in January, I was on here with Sav. We all know it. We needed a left back, a left winger. We needed a central midfielder. This was not Frank specific. This was
Tottenham specific.
We are desperate for somebody who can pass the ball, somebody who can run on the left-hand side, and somebody who can actually play when your doggy doesn't play, for the 90% of Premier League games that he misses. So I positively hope that right now they're getting a replacement for Lange, so that in the summer we can actually get some work done. I feel like
listen, thanks, Rain. I mean, Dan, you're someone that said this, right? Like, as I always said to everyone, I've never had a problem with the fact that someone might need to sack Thomas Frank. What I have a problem with is if we're going to hide behind that, not to buy players, you now leave yourself in the position you're in now, Dan, where we are literally playing a central midfielder at right wing back, a right wing back at left wing back. We're playing a DM at centre half. You've got no strikers of note. Dominic Solanke apparently can't play football with a sore throat. Richarlison's being rushed back from injury. Like, this is of our own making, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely not looking pretty. I mean, on what Rand just said, I go with 3/4 of it in the aspect of you got to buy for the club, but there is the other side where you do buy for the manager as well. But that's only if you're going to keep him long term, isn't it? The manager says he wants this particular type of player or that certain player, so you go for him. But in the majority of what he said, it was what we were saying in January. Well, if they're not going to keep Frank or they're not sure of it, still go and buy some players, but players that have got more than enough capability to play for the next manager that comes in, i.e. like we did with Gallagher. He was going to play with whatever manager came in next. If we went and got, say, Lookman to play out on the left, whoever we brought in now, whether it was meantime or another full-time manager, he was going to get into that team. And that's when you've got to make the signings for the club as such, isn't it? We've let ourselves get into this situation, basically. The club has done it to themselves. And the thing I just find madness with it is, on the business side of things, I still won't agree with anyone who tells me that they are bad businessmen up until now, because this club is worth 4.5 billion because of Levy and others, what they made of it. But how they've let themselves get into this situation of where it could all deteriorate into literally implode, basically, and they lose about 1/4 of their revenue on the place of what it's worth as such and everything. And then if they don't go up again, they'll lose another, let's say 20-25% on it. That's the mad thing about it. They've built this business up to the point that we are only even looked at in football as a big club because of our business, nothing more. And now all of a sudden they're going to let it, it's almost like they've let it crash, basically.
So would it be fair to say, Dan, that they've been very good business people for themselves and for the revenue they're making for themselves? I.e., if Daniel Levy was to be paid out now, his share, he gets £1 billion.
Oh, yeah.
Bloody good businessman. But from a business point of view, that football is a business now, they failed. So is it the two? Completely. The two halves.
I mean, we all know.
Right?
We always know that. I always say there's the football side, there's the business side. You can't have one without the other. Everyone says, I don't care about business, I only care about football. Well, then if you don't care about the business side, don't complain when we can't afford to buy a player that's over 2 million. Business is every bit as much important as football now, whether we like it or not. Money is what makes the world goes round, and it's just madness for what they've done. Like I said, the only reason we're even looked at as a big club in football is not because of our bloody history. It is because we have got money. The only reason we even got invited into that Super League, it wasn't because we'd done a bloody double or were the first team to win a European Cup or we had 8 FA Cups. No, it was purely because of the money. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing to do with history. And they've let it get to the point now.
I can feel Lubo chomping at the bit. I can feel him.
Oh, chomp it. Chomp it. It's a fact. It's a fact.
Do you think there would be videos? Do you think there would be videos about Palace, Fulham, Brighton, Bournemouth if they were on the brink like we are? Come on. It's only because you've got all this all
I
this
think you
noise.
just missed what I just said.
No,
I think
we're
you
a
just
big
totally
club,
missed what I said.
We're a big club that's been managed like a small club for many
Right.
years.
Okay, but then why did we get invited into that Super Cup, into that Super League?
That was-
It wasn't because we was a big league. It was purely because of the
correct.
money, Lubo.
That was
Purely
because
because of the money.
That
Right,
was all about
so-
money, Dan. That was all
Right,
about
so
money, wasn't it?
exactly. So the only reason we was even considered a big club to be brought in with the big clubs in the Super League is purely because of the money, not because we are a big club. You've just agreed with it. In that
Super League was all about money, Dan, because
exactly.
there was no
I know that.
relegation, was there?
But they invited all the big clubs in there, and we were one of the ones who we don't even really have a right to sit there and say we're a big club if you go by the football side. Not over the past 20, 30 years even. But how they've let this thing that they've built deteriorate so badly. I think the other annoying thing is even if this whole system totally crashes, and let's say they go and lose 50% of the price structure on the place, which I don't think would happen that quickly. They go and sell it for 2 billion. They're not exactly selling negative equity, are they?
No.
They basically bought the club while it was a complete and utter mess anyway, and was struggling with money and everything. And even if they sell it now, they're still rolling in them.
Dan,
No,
Dan,
I don't know. I'm just using random numbers.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just,
they shelled out 350 million in share rights issues, buying shares for the club. Who's going to spend 2 billion on a club in the Championship?
I know, but I was just saying, even if they did do that, they're still not exactly in negative equity, are they? They're still rolling in it and have made have made a shitload of cash on it. One way or another, they come out of this as winners, and that is the bit that is sickening.
Yeah,
I mean, listening to that video you done earlier, Savva. Few points into that. I mean, the main thing I was arguing yesterday is I still think that even if we go down, you'll fill up that stadium easy. Ticket prices down and that, yeah. But then you listen to a few other things onto it, and then when you actually hear it off, I think is professional the right word? When you actually hear it off someone who you genuinely, they're a professional experts on what they're doing, yeah? You do sit back and you do look at that and you just do think, it definitely took me a step back in like, shit.
The question you got to ask
that is maybe a bit deeper than I thought.
If it's a Tuesday night, right? If it's a Tuesday night, it's
Lincoln City,
and we're playing Lincoln at home, I mean, let's be fair. There are people right now saying, there are people messaging me. I promise you, saying I've got a free ticket if you want it for the Palace game, and I'm like, well, can't you sell it? No one's going to take it on the ticket exchange. Now we're in the Premier League. We're talking about a London derby. We're talking about people who didn't want to buy tickets for Man City. People didn't want to buy tickets for us. But now we're going, right, if we go down and we're playing, I don't know, if Lincoln City come up or if Preston North End are in town, I don't think you get more than 30,000. I genuinely don't think. Listen, guys, I'm not saying I'm right. I don't know. But
it's an opinion.
Yeah, of course. Are 60,000 people going to rock up to watch Spurs versus Preston North End on a Tuesday, Wednesday night in North London after work? And I don't know, but that video I showed earlier, I watched it this morning. I was like, wow, that's deep. Like when you got somebody who's not affiliated with Spurs and they're coolly, calmly breaking it down and you go, shit, these are massive numbers. Like when they're talking about the wage bill will have to be split into half, if not a third to survive, right? When they're talking about only a £15 million loss in the Championship is allowed. When they're talking about the sponsors might have clauses in their contracts which either halves the deal or removes the deal. When you look at all of this and Spurs owing £330 million for amortization, Spurs, having only 55 million, I say only 55 million a year comes in through event. When you look at that and you go, shit, we can call ourselves a rich club, but relegation changes all of that. Relegation changes everything. So I just can't jump on board with anyone saying we must go down because ENIC deserve it. We don't.
He said in your video that the revenue could drop by £250 million.
Yeah, Kieran Maguire said that as well, didn't he?
Yes, 250 million drop from 565 down to just over 300.
And yet you've still got to pay the same as he said, he was being facetious, but the cutting of the grass doesn't change the costs. You know, paying staff in the stadium doesn't change. Keeping the lights on, the training ground staff, the chefs, that all stays, whilst the amount coming in drops in half. And what was they said? The revenue you'll make next year from the championship will roughly be something like £50 million.
55 million.
Yeah, which is tuppence money basically compared to what we bring in.
And mate, honestly, I think
it's
the
madness.
Thing to bring it full circle was I think I really enjoyed them talking about who would and who wouldn't have relegation release clauses, and it's a real interesting one because agents don't want relegation release clauses in their players' contracts. That they do not want it. It's the devil, right? And I'm going to take you back to a scenario, guys. I don't know if any of you remember watching this. You know the All or Nothing series that we did one, didn't we, on Amazon? I don't know if it was one of those, but Sunderland had a show. I think it was Sunderland All or Nothing, or Sunderland had one of those big documentaries. And it showed that what happened when they went down is that they had, bear in mind, this is one player, by the way, guys. We're talking about how many people on over 100 grand a week. Jack Rodwell was at Sunderland, and he was on over, do you remember this, right? He was on over 100 grand a week. And I remember that they showed the footage of them sitting down with Rodwell and his agent going, we can't afford you, right? We need to cut your wages. And Jack Rodwell and his agent are going, that's my contract.
Oh, no.
Like, no, that's my contract. And no one's going to buy him because he was injury prone, etc. And when I thought about that this morning, I thought, that's Sunderland. We're Tottenham Hotspur. How many of our players? This is going to be mental.
And it also shows mercenaries. They don't care about the football club. Oh, if I take a 25% and we all take 25% off our wages, it can help the club. They're going to sit there and say, I don't give a monkeys about the club. I want my money. I want it now. Mercenaries.
We say they're mercenaries. We wouldn't.
It's a job. No, I know. It's a job. But no, I know that.
If I'm on 100 grand a year, for example, if I was on 100 grand a year in a job and my boss comes to me and says, look, you know, the company's in trouble. Can you still do the same job you're doing now, but for 50% of the salary?
Oh, I totally get
around
that.
And be like, but my bills haven't dropped by 50%. My mortgage hasn't dropped by 50%. My lifestyle hasn't dropped by 50%. I get it that they're rich footballers, but the point of it is these guys have a short career, right? So they put themselves with these big salaries for 4 or 5 year contracts to safeguard their future. The point more wasn't about them being mercenaries. It was about, this is a harsh reality. There will be players that we have to sell because we won't be able to afford their salaries, but there's going to be players that won't want to go, that will be happy to sit there on their salary. And this is different.
Right. Or players that we have to get, or players that we get rid of and still have to pay 20% of their wages or whatever because the other club won't pay it all. And that's the only way we can cut the prices on it.
Do you remember COVID? Do you remember COVID? The players wouldn't even defer. We're not talking about a cut. We're talking about deferring until the football started again and the revenue started coming in. They wouldn't even defer, the Spurs players. Not interested. I think Arsenal did. I think Arsenal were one of the few. My memory serves me.
I mean, there's players out there that love their club. That, I mean, if you go back, say, 20 years, 30 years, whatever, I think you'd have got more players out there who had more love for the club they was with, whatever else, that would have took a pay cut for the club or whatever. So, like a Steven Gerrard or something like that. These days, it's a job. It's money. And that's that. And I find that is what it's all about now, more than it used to be, the love and passion for the game. But that's just an opinion. I think it's more money oriented in it.
As the guy said earlier, there will be a fire sale. There will be. There will be.
There'll have to be.
You picture this, right? Spurs Everton, last day of the season, right? You know, when you get to that stage where they go, you know, Sky Sports will make it the biggest story in the world. Spurs have been relegated. How many agents and players, whoever it is, knock on that door the very next day, right? How many are knocking on that door going, here's a transfer request, here's a transfer request, here's a transfer request. And the problem is, Lubo, Spurs won't be able to say no to most of them. They will have to sell those footballers. And
Unless the owners want to bankroll the club for a year to keep the players for a year and say, well, we'll put X amount of money in, but they're not going to do that.
The players won't want to play in the Championship.
No.
That's the point, right? You might have a few that go, hang on. Like you might have an Odeber, for example, that goes, hang on, yeah, Championship, yeah, I'm going to play week in, week out. I'll be one of the main men, blah, 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 blah. But let's be fair. Dominic Solanke, right? Richarlison, right? Bentancur. Basuma's going anyway.
I saw a report there'd be 19, they reckon, out the squad that would go.
Right. So now you lose 19 footballers, right? And your wage bill is shredding. Yes, you've brought in a few £100 million in transfer fees, of which half of that has to go straight out to pay for the amortization that you already owe on footballers, right? So that leaves you with about 230 million still of amortization to pay, even though you're in the Championship and not earning the same money, right? Now you've got to go out and build a squad, right? Now you are going out and saying to, I don't know, Lang, right? Just for example, I know we want him to go. Lang, come on. Can you build us a team, right, of players that have experienced the Championship? Because it is a different league. It is. This is not just a case of going, oh, this player's really good. He'll do well in the Championship. This
physicality, probably the hardest league in the world.
It's mental, and it's games thick and fast. Right. If we think there's a lot of games in the Premier League, there's 8 more games a year in the Championship. The games are coming thick and fast. Right. There's a lot more traveling because you're playing more games. And we are going to be entrusting someone to go and build a squad of players that are suitable for the Championship. Now, knock it forward one more bit. You have to give those players 3, 4, 5-year contracts because players want safety in their futures. Now, you get promoted. You've now got a squad of which 10 to 15 of them probably aren't good enough to come and play up there. So now they're going to have to be sold. Most of them won't want to go because they're never going to get a bigger club than Tottenham Hotspur. This is, honestly, when I say catastrophic, it is
potentially catastrophic.
Oh my God. It's
when you listen to it, when you listen to the video that was done on there, it definitely opened my eyes up to a couple of things. Like, I think a lot of us, I mean, I'll speak for myself here. Sometimes you speak with your heart more than your head sort of thing, and you just make that angry comment of like, well, stuff it, go down. If it gets rid of the owners, let's go down, yeah? And if it was to make them sell up and everything, but then there's still that to get everything back up and working again. And yes, we do have that little advantage over some others of the excess income we get, but that ain't going to save our arse either. I get that. We go down. Yeah, we're in serious trouble. Serious trouble.
Do you know what, Sully? You laugh. This is the sort of signing that top clubs in the Championship make.
Yeah.
This is the sort of player people go and buy. Look at Wolves. Wolves lost Strand Larson. Who did they bring in last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was? They brought in Adam Armstrong from Southampton because Adam Armstrong will score 15, 20 goals next year in the Championship for Wolves.
Yeah. Hayden Hackney, he'd be a good buy, wouldn't he?
He'll be going this way, mate.
Yes.
He'll be getting promoted. He'll look.
If they go up, we won't get him if they go up, of course.
Lubo, players that we've turned our noses up at, we'll look at Spurs and go, God, no.
Yeah, but that's another thing. We are so, again, that is another thing that we are terrible for at this bloody club. Again, I'll speak on the fans bit here of the amount of times I've seen over nearly 3 years I've been doing this now, 2.5, 3 years. And the amount of times, and obviously not everyone's going to agree. And football is opinionated a lot on who you think is a good player, who you think is, and then sometimes you can just put the facts down and he's good whether you like him or not. The amount of times I've seen players come up here that would be more than good enough to get into that team. And people like, no, we're better than that. I don't want Jack Grealish. I don't want Locatelli. I don't want I don't want what's his name from Roma that me and you both wanted at the club. Kone. Yeah, I don't want Kone. We don't want this. We can do better than that.
Marcus Rashford. We wouldn't. Marcus Rashford's not good enough for Tottenham.
I don't like the fella personally, the way he comes across. I think he's a complete and utter see you next Tuesday. But when I complain about him playing for this, no. And even things like that is, in that aspect, Savva, I think a lot of supporters live, I'll say it as it is, I think a lot of supporters still live in the past. This club is not as big as people think. Money-wise, yes. Supporters-wise, yes. But football size-wise, no, we're not. We think we can turn our noses up to a Grealish, up to a Lookman, up to a Locatelli. Yeah, look who we've actually got there. We've got a Tell. We've got an Odegaard.
That's not because we're not a big club, Dan. That's because we've got shit recruitment.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You just missed what I said. No, forget the recruitment. I'm talking about the fans. I'm talking about the fans who think this club is a big club when it's not. Who thinks this club is too? Who thinks this club is too? Let me finish.
Why is this big news across everywhere? Why is this possible relegation big news? Do you think it would be this big if it was Palace and Fulham and Brentford and West Ham?
What I mean by considered a big club, it is purely because of the money. I'm saying fans think we're too big to sign a lock. Yes, I think fans are too big to think we sign a Locatelli.
Yeah, I think what Dan's saying. I think what Dan's saying here is there are fans that think we're so big that we look at Locatellis and Lookmans and go, nah, we need the players that City are buying and Liverpool are buying. When in our minds we know.
Yeah, Dan, I agree with you.
That's what I'm trying to say. He's put it that way.
Yeah. So, I mean, Dan,
how can you turn Grealish down, for God's sake? Okay, he's just got injured, but how could we turn him down at the start and people saying he's not good enough when we've got Tell or Odegaard there?
They never even looked at him. They never even went for him. 300 grand a week, his wages.
And a lot of fans didn't want to know. A lot of people were saying he's not good enough for us.
Yeah, listen, I think this is the interesting thing, right? If I look, let me give you a list of names now that I can remember off the top of my head. I've been doing YouTube now for too long. I've been doing YouTube for about 5-6 years, and before that I had a podcast for a few years, right? And in that time, here's a list of players that when we've been linked with them, I've had rows and debates with people in the chat that they're not good enough, right? This is just a select few from down the years, okay? Nathan Ake, when he was linked with Spurs, right? Mm-hmm. Nathan Ake. Jack Grealish. Lookman. Locatelli. Wouldn't be able to do it in the Premier League. Edison. Rashford. Let's have a look. Other players. Akliouche isn't good enough for Spurs, apparently. Garnacho isn't good enough for Spurs, apparently, but can play for Chelsea.
Who was the one that Villa got that me and you were saying snap him up? Onana, what's his face?
Onana.
And me and you spoke about it and did a show about it, and literally half the chat's no chance. He's crap. He ain't good enough.
Onana. John McGinn. Loads of people did it with Paulinho. They didn't want Paulinho. Loads of people didn't want a Morgan Gibbs-White, right? I could go back over a number of years. Whoever we were linked, Pau Torres, I remember when we were linked with Pau Torres. You know the Pau Torres who's going to help Aston Villa get Champions League. No. And this is what Dan's saying, Lupo, is that as a fan base, yes, we are a big club. We are big because we are like the sixth biggest club in the country because of finances and trophies and yada yada. But we talk. Douglas Luiz is another one. Douglas Luiz is absolutely another one. See what I mean? You get people that go, Garnacho, really? Sorry, who are you having on your wing? Tell Odegaard or Garnacho. I know who I'm having, right? And unfortunately, I'm not saying the fans buy the players. We know that's not the case, guys. But this is why. We had fans 2 years ago, or even in the summer, didn't want Semenyo, Lubo. Funnily, they all wanted Semenyo when he had a brilliant start to this season. But in the summer, people were going 70 million Semenyo. And I'm going, watch it. Right? People were going, don't want Johan Wissa from Brentford. Right? We do it with everyone. I don't know who we want because everyone that's put in front is told they're not good enough. We don't want Man City's cast-offs. Yes.
I think
we do.
You know what? I think the only important thing is what the club do, really, isn't it? At the end of the day. It's.
I mean,
it's,
Sure,
Go on,
sure, but
Lou,
the point is, Lubo, that it all filters in because we're not the ones that buy the players, right? But the problem is, it's the mindset of the fans is that they're not understanding what we are as a football club. Now, whilst I don't think we should be buying the likes of Tyler Dibbling, of course, right? I do think that we have to be very honest with ourselves about the caliber of footballer that wants to join Tottenham Hotspur. And we're not.
Might be a bit. They might be exactly as why I do not look on us as a big club.
We're not.
When we look at
levels, basically. And
when it comes to football size, we are not big on what we have won over the past 25, 30 years, whatever. I mean, people are still looking and thinking that we will bring in people like a Klinsmann, that we will bring in people even like a Les Ferdinand. He was quality striker at the time, and players like that. If those players were about now, or players of that quality as such, we wouldn't be able to get them unless we just threw some stupid amount of money on the table. The situation Spurs are in now, well, I don't even consider us a big club anymore, because a big club does not go in a relegation, like basically relegation fight 2 years on the trot. Even when you look at a player, sometimes you've got to take it in. Like sometimes, you know, when you think you're punching above your weight down the pub, bit rough and ragged around the edges, but beggars can't be choosers.
Look, guys, this is what I mean. We're better than Lookman. Please tell me that's tongue in cheek. Lookman is ripping it up for Atletico Madrid instantly.
2 minutes, Sav. Be 2 minutes.
Right? And this is what I mean. I kind of get it. When some people say we deserve the mess we're in, I think some fans do, because if anybody has watched Lookman play, Dan, and said that guy's not good enough for Tottenham, Tom, I'm so glad you were joking. I'm so glad, because, oh my God, I'm so glad. I can't tell over right. It's utter madness. And Dan, we'll do it again in the summer. If we stay up, we'll do it again in the summer. Whoever we're linked to, right, we will have fans going, he's crap. He's crap. I remember with the likes of Rashford, for example. I said, listen, whatever you think of him as a person, this is a proven Premier League goal scorer. This is a proven England international. And Barcelona took him. Barcelona took him, but not Spurs. Atletico took Lookman, but not Spurs.
Yeah.
Like, it's mad.
There's a lot of players you could put down on it, and a lot of people would say they're not good enough for Spurs. And this is what I mean. I say it again. We are not a big club on the football side. Financial side and everything else, we are. It's like how I described it before, I think. If you was to take away Spurs' entire history of the football side and just look on it on a piece of paper on the business side, and then you go and look at all the other big clubs like Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, Man U, Man City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Real Madrid, you'd look at that bit of paper before you look at the football side, with the income and everything else on that, you'd think that Tottenham Hotspur club would be in with them. But then you go look at it on the football side, we're a million miles off of them. You go look at it on the football side, we've won 2 bloody league titles, the same as Derby. Everton have won it 8 times, for God's sake. And when it comes to that, it's just madness on the difference on it, basically. Because on one side, it says we're a massive club. On one side, it says we're up there with the big boys. And on the other side, by our history, it's barely mid-table.
No, I agree. And but by the way, honestly, my magic microphone's not working again. I mean, somebody said, you know, as I said, I literally said fans' opinion doesn't affect it, but I said it's more worrying that fans expect better than that. It's more worrying for me that we're looking at players as fans going, we need better than that. And you're like, hang on, these are the same fans that will sit there and tell you that Odegaard and Tell are really good players, and Bergvall and Gray. And, you know what I mean? Like you, on one hand, we want to praise all these crap players, and on the other hand, we don't think that people like. I mean, if I'm right, Ademola Lookman's played like 5 games for Atletico Madrid or something, and got something like 7 goal contributions or something already. Like,
I think it was 6 and 6. I think
6 and 6. Oh, there you go. There you go. So, I mean, straight away, straight into the Atletico Madrid team, bang, scoring goals, getting assists. But we need better. Just baffles me. How are you,
If we're
James?
going to be honest, it's not hard to get better than what we've got, is it?
Yeah. No, I'm all good, mate. Thank you. I want to say the show that you, obviously the same show, but you was doing with Johnny earlier. I found that quite interesting, to be fair. Even though I knew that opinion that we can't go down, I didn't know to the extent of that show. So, I mean, from my point of view, I appreciate doing it because I thought it was a really, really interesting watch. I didn't realise how badly we would be affected if we actually did go down. Obviously, I knew, but not to the extent that you kind of broke it down and went through. So, I thought that was like really good content, to be fair, mate. So, fair play to you.
No, I just thought it was interesting. Like Johnny sent that to me this morning. He said, "Have you seen this one?" Because I've seen a few of them, but he sent, and I just watched it and went, "Yeah, God, we're in trouble." And I know there's a lot of people just saying, "No, we're not. Don't be silly." Hopefully, they're right, James. Hopefully, Spurs can win 3 of the next 4 games, and we go, "There you go, sorted." But
Sorry.
Go. No, you're right.
I personally, I know now everyone's sort of turning the blame to Tudor and going, right, he's saying this and he's doing this and Mickey Van der Ven this. I personally think that I've seen enough to realise that he's a bit no nonsense. I think I say lesser teams against the slightly lesser teams. I think we're going to have enough to get through. Danso back is vital. I said it yesterday. I think Danso's actually been better than Romero this season. Personally, I rate Porro. I know a lot of people don't. I rate Porro. I think in a 3-5-2 or 3-4-3, whatever we decide to go, I think he's going to come into his own. And I think his no nonsense attitude. I think that we're going to get more than 3 wins. I know it's hard to see that now, and even now, I can't say we're going to win these games, because maybe it's more the hope that I'm saying it. But I just feel like we've got enough to stay up. I hope we've got enough to stay up.
My worry is, James, is first of all, it's when we say lesser teams.
No, I'm talking Arsenal versus the Fulhams. No, I'm comparing those.
I completely get it. My worry is over the last few years, our rate of beating these clubs is poor, and we can bring Porro back. You can bring Danso back. My worry is what I've said all year. I still don't know where the goals are coming from. So let's say Porro and Danso come back in against Fulham, right? So you're going to go what Porro? I'll tell you what. We'll bring this up. We'll do this on the old screen, right? So let's say we go to a back. Let me clear that line up, and we'll go to what a 3-4-2-1, which is kind of what he did, right? A 3-4-2-1 type thing, right? So now if we're going to go, hang on, was there 3-4? Anyone see that? 3-4-1-2, 3-4-2-1. Right. So let's be fair. He's not going to drop Vicario. I'd have respect for him if he did, but never mind. Let's say we go Danso and we go Radu Dragusin's going to go in there. And then we're going to put Mickey Van der Ven there, right? Okay. Yeah. So that now means that Porro gets to go to right back. That now means that Jed Spence is going to have to stay at left wing back, right?
Yeah.
Jed Spence, the left wing back. He's going to go with Paulinho and Gallagher in the middle.
Yeah.
I would guess. Or Paulinho and Basuma. I think it will be Paulinho, Basuma. And then I think this will be Gallagher.
And Xavi, yeah.
That'll be Xavi. And that will be
Mawani
or Solanke. We'll put Mawani in for a second, right? Because now he's the best striker in the world. Right. Still look at that and put Porro and Spence and Danso back into the 11. I still don't look at that and see goals.
No, neither do I. But I don't see goals as in like there's going to be loads. But we've only got I say we've only got to win 3. It could be 3-1-0 wins, right? I wouldn't write off Paulinho scoring 1 from a corner or Porro delivering across to Gallagher or I don't know. I'm wishful thinking. I'm the same as you, man. The front line.
Van der Ven getting a corner, basically.
Van der Ven, yeah.
But that's banking on us. That's banking on us getting clean sheets, right?
Yeah, and that don't happen very often either.
I agree, but with that back line, you could then go back 5 with Paulinho, and Bissouma, that should be enough there to get a clean sheet against somebody like a Fulham who don't free flow score goals. Again, I'm not saying that they're a bad team. I watch quite a lot of Fulham, but I would expect us to sort of be there or thereabouts, clean sheeting it against the likes of Fulham, teams that are struggling.
Well, they're not struggling.
Fulham
No, I mean in the scoring goals. They don't score loads and loads of goals.
Listen, I have to be consistent, right? And as I said, I don't think it matters who the manager is. I just don't see goals in this team. Xavi Simons is not scoring goals, right? Colin Mawani, yeah, he got one the other day, but that's his first goal contribution in 19 Premier League games.
Yeah.
I also worry that we're all at sea at the back, right? Yes, in theory, having the free centre-half should make you more solid, but the problem is we're not a team that's been really well drilled and really well coached as a team that plays a back three. So, for example, if you look for the last couple of years, I know they're in bad form right now, but Crystal Palace have been well drilled in playing that back three for a number of years now, right, by Glasner. So everyone in that team knows their role, knows where to be. We don't. And again, what Rain was saying earlier, if you've got Spence on the left-hand side, you've now got non-existent left-hand presence. You've got nothing going down that left, have you? Right? Porro, how fit is he going to be? Because he's missed, I don't know how many games Porro's missed now. I don't know, 4 or 5. I don't know however long he's been out for. I don't know. I just really worry, guys. I genuinely don't see goals. And
I agree.
do you guys know how long open play we've scored this season?
No, no, to be honest.
Well, I saw that we have we been involved in 12 set piece goals this season?
13. We've scored 24.
Yeah,
we've scored 24 open play goals in 29 games.
27 games.
27 games. Sorry, 27 games. We've scored 24 open play goals.
Our goal difference, our goals scored and conceded, we're 37 scored, 41 conceded. Fulham are 38 against 41. So they're virtually identical goals scored and conceded this year, which is interesting, which means that, you know, we've won games by 3 against teams like Burnley, West Ham. Fulham probably haven't won, and Everton. We probably have won more by bigger score lines than Fulham, but we've lost more by the odd goal than Fulham.
Does anyone know? Does anyone know when the likes of Kudus is back?
Mid-April, isn't it?
I think for the Sunderland game, they're hoping to get him back for April 11th. With Udogie as well.
So who? I'll give up on that guy. That guy's the worst player ever to sign for Spurs. To be honest.
But at the moment, James, we ain't exactly got the options to say no to him.
We have, because Spence is better.
No, we haven't, because you need him in that team. You need him in that. You need him on the subs bench at least. We haven't got the size to say no.
I agree with what you're saying, but I'm done with the geezer, mate. He plays 10 minutes and he's out for another 6 months. I don't care. I would rather not play him now to the end of the season and just say, right, you've got the end of the season and pre-season to just stay fit. Do nothing. Because he comes back 10 minutes of football and he's out again. For me, I would get him fit. So, right, you don't play against the end of the season. Give him 10 minutes last game of the season and then sell him. You can't keep getting him injured and then missing.
If we were a proper club, we would have gone out and bought someone like Anthony Robinson from Fulham in the last year or two, right?
Because I said that, didn't I?
James, I agree with you. I've never seen the fuss with Destiny Udogie. He can't cross. He doesn't assist. He can't pass, right? He gets.
But even with that, mate, he's never fit. It don't matter. It don't matter if he could.
I completely agree with you. My point was, if he was always injured, but you could say, God, when he is fit, look how good he is. I'd say, yeah. But I've
seen him do that. That's the annoying thing, Savva. I've seen him do that. I watched him for a whole season, basically, at Udinese, because I knew we was getting him. And he could cross the ball. He would take his man on. He would do his stuff. As soon as he came to the Premiership, he felt a shit, basically. He had an all right first season and then just fell apart.
He's played in 20 out of 38 games this season.
Yeah, but 20 out of
and that's 50% plus. You got to consider how many of them were subs and not playing full games. For me personally, look, I know a lot of fans, again, they're going to have this realization. I'm not saying you here, Dan, either, nothing at all. But for me, get him fit, sell him. To be honest, there's no point. You have to get him fit and then get rid. And this is going to be painful for me to say because I'd arguably be putting him as our best player. Same with Maddison, same with Coglou. If they come back and you can do their scans and you go, look, there's a chance it's going to happen again, you get rid. You can't keep banking on players that are the quality of Maddison, but we can't get them on the pitch. We have to start acting like a club where
James,
we let go of sympathy.
Look at this trend, right? This is Udogie's trend in the last 5 seasons of football. This is league matches, right? This is his trend. So this is starting in the 21-22 season and coming to modern day, present day.
Yeah.
He played 35 league games. The next year, 33. The next year, 28. The next year, 25. This year, 13. Are you seeing that by the age of 23, he is doing that already with his fitness? He is, every season now, he is missing game upon game upon game. And as I said, somebody in the chat said it. If he's Reece James, sure, because Reece James is a world-class defender, quality player, Reece James. But this is Destiny Udogie, who, by the way, Destiny Udogie in his last 45 appearances for Spurs has got 2 assists from left back. Like that's just absolutely shit. Now, bearing in mind, most of the time he was playing for Ange, who the team just flew forward. So there was no excuse of not getting forward. He got 1 assist last year under Ange in the league. 1.
The only thing I was going to say to sort of kind of play devil's advocate, but I think Porro's still got good assists. Has Porro still got good assists?
Let's have a look. Here you go. So Pedro Porro in the same time frame. Let's have a look. So Pedro Porro, okay, he got from his first full season. Actually, look, in his first season when he came in, right? He played 15 games at the end of the season. He got 3 goals and 3 assists, Pedro Porro, so which is good, right?
Really good, yeah. 1 in 3, better than 1 in 3.
He's bloody brilliant. In his first full season, he played 35 games and he got 10 GA, 7 assists and 3 goals. Bloody good for a wing back, right? Mm-hmm. Then last year he got 8 GA in 33, which is still, what's that, 1 in 4? This year he's got 2 in 23. But you look at his output compared to Destiny Udogie, it is night and day. It is.
Yeah.
And I've been having this argument about Udogie for years. I keep hearing different manager, different system, different. I watch him as a left wing back. He don't do anything for me. I watch him as a left back. Doesn't do anything for me. People say play him as a left winger, but the guy can't cross. I'm not blaming him.
No, yeah. My point more was, and I kind of purposely picked Maddison there, because for me, Maddison is probably our best footballer at the club, for me personally. So if he can't get fit and he's not going to get back to the level we need to be a big club and say, right, you've got to go, yeah. Because there's no point us taking on, say, for example, him and Kulu are going to be our 2 cams next season, or whatever we want to say, however we want to play. And they both get injured the first week in. We'll all go, well, we knew that was going to happen. Yeah. Like, at what point do we kind of say, you know what? And hopefully Poch or whoever comes in says, look, I need reliability. Because a lot of these players that have got the easy life, as we say, or think it's a nice stroll in the park. The one thing, I don't know if you guys remember, is when Poch come in, everyone said that he was brutal. It was running in the morning, running in the evening. It was running. And they said, Jesus, like this wasn't fun. So when he comes in, people like Maddison, Udogie, Kulu are worried that they're going to come back and just be popped straight away, and then you're like, right, yep, done. Now what?
I worry that any of these players there right now, are they going to want to run? Like, do you guys remember Dan, Lubo, do you remember the famous, there was that video, I think we were in, not us, but I think Spurs were in Korea in the pre-season tour.
Conte.
And under Conte. And
Sonny was sick.
They showed them doing the shuttle runs or the burpees or whatever they're called, the beat test, whatever. And everyone going, my manager, he'll whip them into shape. Now our players look at the manager on the sideline and go, yeah, I'm not listening to you, mate.
Nah.
Don't fancy that running. Nah, I'm injured. But guys, I'm just extremely worried because, as I said before, I don't see us as a better team than Fulham anymore. So when we're going to a Fulham now, I don't look at Fulham's 11 and go, we're superior to that. I look at Fulham's 11 and go, cool, I like Joachim Anderson. Good keeper, actually. Cool, I like Anthony Robinson. Oh, do you know what I mean? Oh, Harry Wilson scores goals. Like, I look at it and go, oh, I wish, like, even a Wobie. I'm like, wouldn't mind you in our team.
Do you think the area that he can improve us is going to be mentally? Because we've lost so many games over the last 3 years that players become conditioned. Losing becomes a habit, like winning becomes a habit.
Yeah, but that doesn't change overnight, does it? That's a
sure. No, but he's got to get inside their head and he's got to get them. He's got to lift them because they look at the games we came out first half this season, and it's been appalling, hasn't it? It's been absolutely.
I'll ask you this, right? If you go into, I don't disagree with you. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit. We have lost so many games for 3 years now. We are just so. In the league, it's 105 league games, right? 48 defeats in 3 years, right? So that is from February the 1st, 2023 to now. We've lost 48 league games in that 3 years.
Well, Conte left on March the 18th, so I think, and he left us in 4th place. So it's probably looks even worse if he did it from after when Conte left, because Mason and Stellini, I think, got 10 points out of 27.
But sure, but either way, it's ingrained into them, Lubo, right? It's either way, when you are not winning games, and by the way, it's not like we're in the games. It's not like you could turn around and go, well, we were unlucky against Newcastle, or, it was a close game with Arsenal. We're not even in the games. We're not even mentally in the battle. Is
it fair to say that different characters, like he's coming across a completely different to Frank? When we lost that game, and you kind of saw him, it was like immediately he was pissed off. Like he was pissed off to the point of, I think he's got a bit of Conte about him, where he's prepared to say that he's pissed off. He's prepared to tell everybody that he's pissed off, and in that. I think that I don't know if it's going to work. I'm wishful. I'm hoping. I think that may light the fire in a couple of bellies. I don't know if all of them, to be honest. But a Romero, maybe a Danso, maybe a Basuma. I don't know. But he's only got to lift, for me, he's only got to kind of get the best out of a couple to then raise the performances a little bit. Because at the moment, everybody is diabolical. And I'm not saying only raising them a couple means we're going to get the wins, but Kolo Muani was his best game and he played under him before. So could it be, right, Kolo Muani gets 6 goals now to the end of the season? I don't know. Porro coming back. I think he's absolute crap. I think he's the worst striker we've ever had. But I'm just saying, could he?
James, he was the one. He was the only positive to come out of Sunday's game, wasn't he, Muani?
I don't know. I think Basuma was all right.
Basuma was the best player for me.
I thought we had a really good first half. Basuma.
Even the second half, I felt like he was chasing shadows.
Sorry.
No.
You never know what Basuma you're going to get, do you? You never know. He's either really good or absolutely awful. There's no middle ground with him.
No, I was proper happy when we got him, and the price we got him for as well. That was still and a half for how good he was at the time. I mean, I'd been following him before then anyway. I thought he was a brilliant player. And then he came to Spurs, and like a lot of players, goes to Spurs and might as well push him off a cliff.
Yeah,
because that's how it seems to go, isn't it?
I do think that Muani looked like the player that we hoped he would be when he joined on Sunday. You know, he held
I
the ball
don't
up.
think
He was, I don't think he was that
I
good still.
don't remember him doing too much other than the goal, if I'm going to be brutally honest. I feel like he's getting overhyped a little bit here because he scored.
And the shot, let's be fair, was and the shot was down the middle of the goal as well. Let's have it right. In my opinion, Ray should save that right down the middle of the goal. It weren't like, yeah, he turned heads.
No, I think he could. I think he controlled that, got it into position, and put it in the back quite nicely.
I thought he did the first bit nice, yeah, but I'm just saying, like the way people are talking about him now, it's not like he's an elite footballer. He scored a goal,
No,
went
he's
down
not.
the middle. For me, the keeper should have saved personally. But he was far better than what he's been previously.
I just feel like with him, it feels like it's always dependent on if he wants to play. It's not like, right, we're in a battle.
Yeah.
So for example, if when Forest have been in relegation battles, Chris Wood, right, and take this for the way it's meant, Chris Wood wants that battle, doesn't he? Every game, Chris Wood battling his centre half. He wants that fight. With Mawani, it's very much, can he be bothered at the time? Is it on Mawani's terms, so to speak?
Basically, same as Romero.
Need a battler.
Basically, same as Romero.
Yeah.
Romero turns up when he wants, basically.
Talented, but yeah, I'll make you right, Dan, on that.
I'm just waiting for him to turn up properly.
What's interesting, though, with Mawani is that he turned up at PSG, he turned up against Frankfurt, and he's turned up with Tudor, who he was with at Juve. So there's a theme running through. So hopefully he can keep that going now that Tudor's managing the club for the next 11 games.
I wouldn't say he turned up against Arsenal. I know he got the goal, but other than that, I thought his hold-up play, his touch, everything was crap.
I would describe him as the complete opposite to what we need, and by that I mean, even if you don't rate him, players like Jermaine Defoe or Darren Bent, or like not the top strikers back in the day, but the level below. Yeah. Always wanted the space, wanted the ball. Can I score a goal? That's how I would describe Defoe. Can he get space? If he does get space, I'm greedy enough to have a shot. For me, there was a chance on the weekend, and I think it was at 2-1. Xavi run. He cut in, and then there was a big space on the left, and Colo just stood still. And you're like, run. Get in behind, play, want to score the goal. And he doesn't. He stood still. And then in the end, Xavi lost the ball. Look, I think he had a bad game, Xavi. But they're the moments, if he makes that run, Xavi plays a slip-through ball and he's through on goal. But for me, he doesn't have the brain. He doesn't have that natural, I'm the goal scorer here. This is where we get the goal. I don't think he's got that natural touch to lay himself in for a finish. I don't think he's got that natural, one touch, hit it.
Has he been one of the worst signings ever?
Has to be, yeah. Well, I mean, he's not a signing, so I don't know if you can say that, but yeah.
170 grand a week, right?
Timo Werner did better.
Right. I'm going to say it. Sorry. Pound for pound in terms of salary, etc. This has been one of the biggest flop signings we've ever had. Now, can he score 6-7 goals in the last 11 games to change that opinion and keep us up? Sure. But this is a guy that in a World Cup year, you're thinking, come on, mate, show some effort, show some heart. And for me, he don't want to be at Spurs, and it's showing. It really shows to me that he does not want to be here.
Well, I think what we've got going for us now is that this is the run up now to the World Cup, isn't it?
Yep.
So he's now going to want to impress big time.
I don't even think it's that. I think that his stock has dropped so much because if Tottenham are where they are and he's played every week, a lot of clubs will look at that and go,
he scored one
goal.
goal.
Is he worth taking that punt? Is he worth spending 30 million on? Is he worth spending 25 million on? There'd be clubs that kind of go, all right, they may look at these past and go, yeah, well, he did it at Juventus or he scored goals here. But I don't think there'd be another Prem club looking at him, to be honest. I don't think that there'll be another top Champions League club looking at him. So it's down to him and a lot of the other players that we've got. Van der Ven's, Romero's, them two would be okay. But the others, it's at the point where they're going to go, if you're not going to step up your performances, we ain't going to want you either. So have a bit of dignity and a bit of respect for yourself and raise your own stock. I think that's what I'm hoping. No, and that's what I'm more hoping, that the manager's going to come in and say, look, you go down. You've all got to realise, yeah, we're going to go down, but your value, your stock, you know, the Real Madrids ain't going to want you. Like Basuma, it's all well and good saying here, but you're going to then go down to a lower league team. Like, no one's going to want you. So prove your point why they should be buying you. If you don't want to be here, you've got 10 games to prove why you should be elsewhere.
You'd have thought he'd have already done it on that part of it and that, but it just shows how much of a mess we are in at the moment.
But the thing is, so the question is, right, when does he play then? Are we saying Sunday you'd rather Mawani up top than Dominic Solanke?
The way I've seen them play, the way they've come in, I think I'd rather play Solanke.
I think I would rather play Solanke.
If you're Anderson and Bassi, the two centre halves of Fulham, right? Who are you having an easier afternoon against?
I think you'll have an easier one against Moane, because I think one thing you can give Solanke, whether he's got the capability or not, I think he's quite an average striker. He will 9 times out of 10 get stuck into a game the best he can and give his all. I'm not saying he'll have a good game out of it, but he will try his best. Whereas, like we said about Moane, on the mental side of it, if he can't be bothered, just meh, and then just get on with it, basically. Whereas Solanke, I think you can at least say he will try and do what he can do in that game as such. You can even say that with Richarlison, I suppose.
Could Tudor be going, look, I've been here one game, scored one game, let's go now, let's kick on now? Could it? I mean, I don't know if that's even possible, but he might go down that route and say, look, mate, I believe you now. You're number one, not Solanke. You know, let's do this. Is he going to be one of the kind of people that kind of builds confidence off of the manager? I don't know, but for me, Solanke's a better player from what I've seen.
Maybe this.
Yes, play with the two.
And then have
but then
Simmons in the 10, Gallagher and Paulinho in the midfield.
Yeah,
3-4-1-2.
I wouldn't do that personally. I wouldn't do that.
Why not?
Because I want to win the weekend, but you can't lose. And the best player for me in the team probably this season is Paulinho. You're going to sacrifice probably our best player this season, or definitely one of them, to fit in two strikers.
No.
I play Paulinho and Gallagher.
Yeah, in the middle.
Like that.
And you drop Basuma, yeah?
Yeah.
And drop Basuma, yeah.
He was our best player.
So he's been our best player for a game. Well done. I'll give him a blue.
No, I know. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, if he's just got to go out of Colo, Basuma was our best player. Surely, if he devil's advocate here, by the way, if he drops him and Gallagher or Paulinho has a stinker, the first thing that he's going to be bashed with was, well, Basuma was our best player.
Okay,
you've dropped
let me
him.
spin that round for you then. If he plays and has a crap game, people are going to say, haven't you watched how he's played for us for the past 2 or 3 years?
Absolutely.
So it works both ways.
See,
But,
I think
I
this
agree.
midfield three, and again, I think loads of people have gone in on Gallagher. You've got to remember, Conor Gallagher's joined during the worst period of play we've had for decades, right?
Yeah.
So we have not been this poor, by the way, since one day Ramos got us 2 points in 8 games, right? So Conor Gallagher's joined us in a stage where we are changing the formation every week, changing the players every week. We've changed managers. He's played about 5 games. And then fans that can't really use their brains, I'll say Gallagher's been poor. Well, yeah, because he's not being played in the same position he's been played right wing, attacking midfield, central mid. This midfield for me, guys, if we were to do this, that for me gives us a bit of everything. It gives you the DM in Paulinho, the box to box in Gallagher, and it allows Simmons to go and create. Now, I'm not saying it's amazing, but I feel like we target the wrong people. Like loads of people get out Gallagher, what a waste of money. Listen, this guy was captain of Chelsea, right? If you drop Conor Gallagher into a well-oiled team, he's going to be a very good player for you. But right now, we're a mess.
Is it fair?
Gallagher, I think he's one of those players that once he's played with you for a while as such, I think he's more one of those players that you might notice him more when he's not there than when he is there.
Sure.
100%. That's what I say.
For all the little dirty work he does, basically. I mean, he can be a bit of a ball winner. He can run with a ball as such. He's not exactly special at anything in particular, but he can also play a 10 role as well, and score a couple of goals, like he did at Palace as well, if I remember right. But I think he's definitely one of them players you're noticing more if he's not in your team. But then again, he hasn't really played for us enough to notice that yet, if you get where I'm going.
So I think you're actually right, to be fair, with that team that you've just put up. And I think that with that team that you've just put up, I think it does leave, I don't want to say 2 really good subs, because I think that's a stretch. But God forbid you go 1-0 down, for example. You could then take off Polina and bring on a Basuma. I think that's a good sub to make at 1-0 down. And if Solanke's not fully fit, for example, 20 minutes to go, you could bring him off and bring Richie on for being a bit of a pest. So I suppose with that formation, not saying that the subs you're going to make are brilliant, but it probably works best with the guys you've even got on the bench to help out if anything goes wrong as well, if that makes sense.
Listen, if you want goals, you need 2 decent strikers. I mean, they're both decent.
Are
they?
Are they both decent?
They're both. Listen, they're both capable of scoring on Sunday, but the pair of them, and you like
based on
based on what?
Well,
Lugo
based on history.
Listen,
is this an Archie Gray comparison?
No, it's not Archie Gray comparison. But the instance I was going to give you was the ball from Gray that Mawani knocked across for Richie to score in Paris. So you got 2 strikers there dovetailing. And I must say this. For me, I play 2 strikers.
I must take this and then carry on talking. Love it. I think that the problem is as well, I see a lot of people going after individual players during this moment. And I just think we need to realise the whole thing's a shit show. You can't drop, like if you look at Man City, obviously Man City, but Guehi goes to Man City, settles in immediately because Man City are a well-oiled, well-drilled football team. Conor Gallagher's come into Spurs. We're a shit show. We're a shit show, and everyone's going, what's he do? And you're like, listen, I bet you if Pochettino comes back in the summer, I bet you he makes Gallagher captain. Don't worry about that.
Did you see Guehi's interview after, who did they play last? I don't know who they played last. They won.
Oh, Newcastle.
Did you see his interview after Newcastle? They said, how have you found the step up, or however they worded it, to Man City? And he said, my God, it's a lot harder than I thought. It's taken me a lot longer than I thought. And they're still in the same league. He said, I actually thought it'd be the same thing, just on a different level. He said, I now have to be more comfortable on the ball. He said, because we're Man City, we're being pressed more. He said, I now have to pick the right passes rather than just pass for the passing sake. He said, to be honest, I feel like it's like going back to learning stages again and trying to learn a whole new phase of being a defender. And I kind of thought to myself,
he's having to do that while joining one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, he's unbelievable as well. Yeah, that was my point.
We've got no philosophy, no style of play, so far since Gallagher's been here, I've seen us play 4 at the back, 3 at the back, 3 in midfield, 2 in midfield, 2 up top, 1 up top. Like we need to get a settled 11 at some stage where you go, right, have a run of games, but we judge like people going, oh, Gallagher, what a waste at 40 million. Like, well, I mean, 35 million. Gallagher's not the problem at Tottenham. He's not the problem at Tottenham. Gallagher's a good player that's joined a shit team, right? We've got to calm down a bit on those sorts of things for me.
I agree with the other thing you've said is I think the club, and I'll still stick by what I said, I don't feel this club has a set way of playing because I haven't seen us play a consistent style of football since I was alive, basically. There has not been a consistent style. Yes, we've played attacking, we've played counter, we've played defensive, we've done this, we've focused down the flanks, we focused down the middle. I have not seen Spurs play consistently a certain way in 45 years. Someone can say, yeah, 10 years we did this, but then you can just flip and flop it all way long, how it's been so different. Whereas you look at other teams, they've had their set way of play as such. This is why I say Spurs, there is no set way of play.
because we haven't done it consistently enough for a certain amount of time for me to say that is the Spurs way of playing. And then people, oh yeah, but it's got to be flair, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. What do people actually want Spurs to play? I think when it comes down to it, the club has got to pick. It will help if the club picks the style of what it wants the club to stick to. Then you can focus on those managers. Then transfers you do make for the club can help with the next manager, because you ain't going back to 5 at the back counter attacking, or 3 at the back, or then going out and out attack or whatever. You can actually then start buying more club players that could fit in for the next manager, because he has the same style of play as the other manager.
We know what they are. We know what Spurs are. Mate, how many years we said this, Dan? If you,
I don't believe we have one at the moment, and I don't think we've had one since I've been alive, if I'm going to be honest.
The only time I remember is Pochettino. I know that's not consistent, but that was 5 years of the same. That's the longest that I remember.
Out of 45 years. You know, that's not much, is it?
By the way, Gray, another one we could have added to that list, Dan, of players that we've talked about signing in the past and fans saying they don't want him. Not everyone, but I remember people going, what, Gray, he gets in above Romero and Van der Ven? Yeah, for me. Yep, for me, I start him above. I'll be honest, I start him above both of them.
I still argue that I start Milenkovic over Romero,
mate. But again, we listen. We're so I don't know. We're just so emotional about our players. I mean, I've never known a player like when I don't really want to talk about Romero too much, but you know, so many players that can play badly for so many years, so many games, but yet still get so defended by this football club. It doesn't happen at bigger clubs. At bigger clubs, the fan base is ruthless. Like you watch Liverpool, right? Their fans are ruthless. You bring in a new player, but he's not good enough for Liverpool. Chelsea fans, exactly the same. He's not good enough. At Spurs, but it's not his fault. Oh.
Liverpool fans are turning on Mo Salah. Like they're turning on Mo Salah. Look,
what he did, I can't blame him for what he went and done.
But my brother-in-laws and stuff, they're all Liverpool fans, and they're not turning on him for any of that, but they're turning on him and saying he's past it, he's done, get rid.
Oh, he's past his best.
But if that was, look at last season when I was calling Son, mate, the amount of stuff I got sent to me when Son left. It was like, you wanted this is all your fault. And I'm like, yeah, I wanted Son gone and us to sign nobody. That's exactly what I wanted. It makes no sense. But that's how they are. They're like, right, he ain't good enough. Get rid, go again. Get rid, go again. That's why I picked Maddison earlier. Look, for me, Maddison is arguably our best player. If he ain't fit, you have to get rid and go again. You have to. Otherwise, he'll be injured all season. We'll have exactly the same as we've had this season. We'll go, yeah, but when Maddison's back, yeah, for 5 games. When Udogie's back, yeah, for 5 games. Bentancur, yeah. Kulu, yeah.
You can't build around these
Richardson's, yeah. Like, how many more? No. You can't.
Absolutely, Jay. Look, you know, at the end of the day, somebody like James Maddison, he'll either come back from this bigger and stronger than ever, or weaker than ever, right? Now, that's not for us to know. That's going to be for James Maddison, it's his body, and for the medical team at Tottenham to know that. If he comes back and he plays week in, week out, no problem. But if there is a chance and they think that, this is hit and miss, then you've got to do what's right for the club. But we've got so many of these players, right? Like,
Richarlison,
look at
Bentancur.
If Spurs have anything about them, let's assume we stay up, right? If Spurs stay up, this window, I need to see, for me personally, I need to see the Richie's gone, the Basuma's gone, the Bentancur's gone, the Vicario's gone, right? The Ben Davis is gone. I need to see lots and lots of these players gone, the Udogies, the people that can't stay fit. I need to see a lot of these players gone. Go and buy solid pros. Go and buy pros that play week in, week out, give you a 7 out of 10, and you know what your team is going to be.
Yeah.
Right?
But they get criticised though when we are linked with players. I mean, look, when we did that transfer show, mate, I would love Adeyemi. Everyone said no, he's crap. We played one game, he played 45 minutes, and they went, "Told you he's crap." And you only think, like I've seen 30 games of Tell and I've seen nothing. I've seen all these games of Odegaard and seen nothing, and fans are like, "Don't want him."
There's a player there.
But based on what? Based on what? Yeah, based on what? I don't get it.
But we have got to the stage of families, haven't we? Where you look like, use Odegaard, for example. If Odegaard comes off the bench and gets a good cross in the box, people go, "Cool, I told you there's a good player there." You're like, what? Like this is where we're at. We're scraping
They
the
do
barrel.
the same with Gray as well, and Bergvall.
Yeah, can't mention Gray. Lubo's here. Lubo's back. Can't mention Gray. Look, we scrape the barrel so much. I just want us to be sensible. That's all I've asked for the last few years, right? Sensible, right? Villa buy sensibly. That's all I ask. Villa in their pursuit have not gone out and bought anyone that you go, like, can any of you name me a player that Villa got that you go, wow, they got him over Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool? No one, right? No one.
Rashford is maybe, but even then, I don't think any of the big guys from
That
the
was
Barca.
on loan, right? But
yeah,
but you look at it, sensible signings, the likes of Konsa, the likes of Digne, the likes of Pau Torres, Onana, Tielemans, sensible signings. Our fans would have turned their noses up at every single one of those signings.
You know, would have been a good signing in Jan for Spurs in Dye from Everton.
Yeah, that's a hard one though, because they were there or thereabouts. I mean, I like him a lot. They are there or thereabouts, so they're not going to sell unless like it's big money, and obviously we're never going to be doing that either. But I think also where we're saying there about those injured players, I think also a lot of our fans are going to have to let go of some of the so-called generational talent coming through. Donnelly's crap, Dorrington crap. They're all crap. Like we now we finally seeing them play. They're crap.
They're crap, mate. They might be Premier level. They're not crap.
They are crap. They can't play a top championship level.
I think it's the word crap. Hang on, I think if I
all right, they're extremely good compared to me.
The word crap is where it's being lost in translation. Let's just call it for what it is. Let's be honest. They're not good enough for Premier League.
Lower championship league, lower championship teams at best. For me, Dorrington, Donnelly, all of those young lads, or so-called young that ain't young anymore, they're now hitting 20s, need to go. They need to go. And I'm sorry, Luba, but your first instinct then was to stick up for them. They have to go. If we're sticking up for people and teams like that, then we can't be moaning that we're at the bottom of the league. We can't, because if that's who we're rating as players and they can't get into a Stoke team top of the championship, yeah, Vicario has to go. These are the kind of players.
That's Semi Lemons. Whenever I watch him play for United, I think he's good. I think he looks good, really good. I don't know where they scout. Again, scouting, right? I don't remember.
He was actually bad. He wasn't very good either. He joined them and he wasn't actually. He was making mistake after mistake after mistake, and then he joined and he kind of just hit a bit of fault. Well, obviously great scouting, but he kind of hit and turned.
Do you reckon he'll get the job, Carrick? Do you think he'll get the job?
I wouldn't give it to him. If they've got dreams of being back to what United were, you go and get best in class. For me, that's only for me. I think you go and get best in class.
But what if he goes on and does really well now, finishes top 3, top 4?
Then he's done his job.
Sure, he's done. Yeah, sure, he's done his job. But there's a difference between doing a job and building a dynasty, building a club, right? Now, sure, you could say, listen, I like Carrick. I think he's a really good guy. But based off his CV, he should be nowhere near the job, right? Off his CV.
Could be the next Eddie Howe, couldn't he?
Of course, or he could just be someone having a new manager bounce at the end of a season. What about when you have to build a club, when you have to convince top players to come and join you?
Well, he would have been manager by the end of the season. He would have managed for 17 games. Does that constitute more than a bounce?
Sure, but okay, if you're Man United, most fans, if I say to you, right, you've got the option of bringing in someone like a Luis Enrique or a Hansi Flick or Michael.
Yeah.
You're talking about two of the best guys that are out there, but that's right. But if you're, I don't know, everyone got excited with Amorim. He Sporting Lisbon with the third best club in Portugal. He rinsed Porto and Benfica. Won the league really well, good football, really, highly rated manager.
Came over. He was one who I wanted.
Yeah.
Same.
He came over here, it just didn't work for him. Anyway, I've got to shoot. I've got a couple of things to sort.
Right, cheers, Dave.
Cheers for having me.
Cheers,
So
mate.
I'll speak to you later. Take care.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, mate.
But
Take
the
care,
thing
mate.
is, Lugo, I think it all depends, right? Like if you are a club like United who they spend big money and they talk like they want to be back to what they were, do you go again? This is a club that have made many managerial appointments poorly.
Sure.
Do you take another risk because he's had a good end to the season, or do you go heaven and earth and you try and get some like if you could go and get a Luis Enrique and go, right, Luis, join Man United. You got £250 million to spend in the summer. Blah 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 blah.
You imagine what he'd do? Class manager.
I would
But
if
you're
they got.
taking him, right?
Didn't interview well at Tottenham, I heard, according to
What, Luis Enrique?
yeah, that's what I heard. Levy
That's who I wanted originally.
He wanted really good players to sign. That means bad interview.
Levy wasn't impressed with when he interviewed him.
Hang on.
Of course he
It
was.
makes me think of this, Lubo.
Sorry? My chairman was a piss take. So.
I know it was. No, what it really reminds me of is this.
Because it's time to change the situation if Tottenham wants to change. If they want to continue in this way, they can change manager, a lot of manager, but the situation cannot change. Believe me. Thank you very much.
Do you know what? Sean has spent all morning watching that.
and just for shits and giggles, because it's funny.
Ball's whipped in. Chris Wood, surely! Get him off, man! How's he missed that? How's he missed that? How the hell is he missed? Is he offside again?
Thanks for not selling us MGW. Tears of joy, 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 tears of joy.
He was offside. I think he was actually trying to square it back.
Joy, tears of joy, tears of joy, tears of joy.
Savva, thank you for the £5.
That's class.
But you know what? Wolfie's going to ruin me. If they stay up,
I know.
He's going to ruin me. Yeah, look, whichever way we look at it, I mean, Man United are going to do what Man United do, but you know with Man United, they just went and spent 200 million on free forwards. This window, you watch, they will go out and buy proper midfielders and defenders. And
if Enrique goes there, I'm worried. Because if he can convince somebody like Vitinha to go there, mate, there's another. For me, he's one of the best players in the world by none. If he could convince some of those guys to go there, it's game over.
James, when they beat us 5-3 in November, he was the difference.
Mate, guys mustard. Guys absolutely mustard.
I mean, the penalty was a bit of a joke, that handball that on Romero. That's, again, a typical of this shocking handball rule in penalty areas when someone slams a shot at you from point-blank range and it hits your arm and it's a penalty. But apart from that, the other two goals were absolutely superb, weren't they?
Well, apparently, if Spurs go down, my channel's gone as well. So, well, there you go. Thanks for that. We'd be the most supported club in the championship. Look, guys, I need to do some super chats. We'll leave it there. But it's another day. We look forward to, what have we got? We got Fulham Sunday, and then Lubo, what's the game?
Palace Thursday.
And then Palace Thursday. Look, as I keep saying to everyone, I've said this for most of the season. If our fan base stop trying to call each other out, stop trying to point score, we all need to pull in the same direction right now. And that's what Premier League safety.
That's what I was going to say actually earlier. For me, one of the positives was actually the fans. I mean, I watched it at home on the telly, and you could hear the Spurs fans continuously till about the 70th minute. Yeah. I mean, then what happened. So I don't blame them. But the fans were up for it. We do need 10 more games or wherever it is of that, 30 more games. What do you think that we're going to get points-wise out of those next two games?
Well, hang on. I asked everyone yesterday, James. I put this up on the screen and asked everyone how many points we get in from this 11, right? Perchie thinks that we get 7, right? and he thinks that Forest and West Ham both get 12. That means we get relegated, by the way. So he thinks 7 out of 33. I think we get 9 out of 33. I think we're going to get 2 wins and 3 draws. Where are you two?
I'm going to say we beat Fulham.
Cool.
We draw to Palace. Lose to Liverpool. Beat Forest.
Oh.
That's 7.
Lose to Sunderland. Draw to Brighton. Who's the dark green game? Wolves. Beat Wolves.
11.
Lose to Villa. Draw to Leeds. Lose to Chelsea. Draw to Everton.
So you reckon 13? You reckon 13?
Yeah, we're staying up, boys. We're staying up.
So James says 13. That means that we'll finish the season on 42 points. Lubo, how many points from that 11?
Well, we did this on the show on Thursday. We did this last Thursday. And I went for defeat Arsenal, draw Fulham, beat Palace, lose to Liverpool, beat Forest, draw at Sunderland, beat Brighton, draw at Wolves, lose to Villa, beat Leeds, lose to Chelsea, beat Everton. I went for 18 points.
18?
18 points. I went for 18 points.
18?
Yeah, because I went for home wins against Palace, Brighton, Leeds, Everton and Forest.
So we're going to go from 2 home wins all season to 4 on the bounce, 5 on the bounce.
Stranger things have happened.
Oh, God, no, not at Tottenham Hotspur. They haven't. Mate, listen. I'll tell you what, Lubo. If you are right, I will absolutely clip this up and mug myself off on a video. I promise you. But I don't, I'll be honest, if I look at this guy.
I went for 18, Sav. Johnny and Sean went for 15. And Stell went for 12, including a point last Sunday against Arsenal.
See, but the problem is everyone, I think you've all made that assumption on the base of a new manager coming in, right? A new manager bounce.
Correct.
Now, if we don't get anything against Fulham, straight away, your new manager bounce now is non-existent, isn't it?
Well, Stell went for a defeat at Fulham. Sean and myself went for draws, and Johnny went for a win at Fulham.
Okay, I'll do mine. Ready? I'll do mine. I feel you guys are. Listen, I'll take James's, but 18. I can't believe that. I don't think we get anything at Fulham.
Okay.
I think we draw with Palace at home.
Okay.
I think we lose to Liverpool. I think we draw with Forest.
Cool.
I think we lose to Sunderland. I think we draw with Brighton. How many points is that?
3. That's 3 from 6.
I think we draw with Wolves away.
4.
I think we lose to Villa.
Yeah.
I think we beat Leeds.
7.
Lose to Chelsea.
Yeah.
And I think we lose to Everton on the last day of the season.
So you think we'll get 7 points from the last 11?
I don't know where the goals are coming from.
If that next 6 games goes how you said, I think it was 1 point in the next 4 or 5 games. And we go
3 and 6, 3 in that 6.
Or the first 4, it was 1 draw, wasn't it? What, 1 draw in the first 4, was it? You said.
Now,
no, 2 draws. 2 draws.
I hope I'm wrong. If
that's the case, we go down.
Listen, if we only get 7 points from our last, if we get 7 points, that means that West Ham will need to get 12 from their last 11.
Well, we looked at Forest games, and Sean said Forest will get 6 points.
God, Forest are playing well, man. Forest looked good against Liverpool.
Sean, Johnny, and myself all said 6 points, and Stell said 9.
For Forest.
For me, if we don't win in our next 3 games, we are going down. That's how. If we don't get a win in our next 3 games, it's game over. Shut the shop. We're going down.
Look, but I think again we're looking at when we. Isn't it funny that all of those guys, right, James, predicted 15 to 12 to 18 points for Spurs, right? Who are the team in free fall, but the 2 teams that are not in 3-4 the teams they're predicting 6 points to.
Again, we didn't say anything about West Ham. But
again, I think this is our Spurs arrogance coming out, that we look at other clubs. Forest have got a better team than us right now. Forest have got better players than us right now. Let that sink in.
Their running is tough, isn't it? They got a hard run.
But what's an easy running when you've won 2 in 18?
Okay, that's fair comment. That's fair comment. I just think we'll beat Palace. I think we just need one win just to lift some confidence, and then I think things could improve. Listen, we got the 5 games you would normally think are winnable, wouldn't you? Brighton, Leeds, Forest.
Sure, but that's when I think when we've got good players. Right now, I don't look at this team and I look at this team. I think this is weaker than Palace's team. I think we're weaker than Fulham. Okay. I think I don't know any of those teams we're stronger than with that 11.
Well, we got 4 games. We got 4 games. Then you got 7 where hopefully you got Kudus back, Udogie back, Romero's back for Liverpool, Dan Samporo hopefully coming back.
I don't care about Romero.
So that's 5 of your 10 players missing. So then you're down to 5 or maybe 6.
Yeah, but again, my issue has never been at the back. We're conceding less goals this season. My issue, as always, is going forward. Going forward, none of those players that we've said come back into this team help us out.
My predictions are also based on Solanke keeping up the goal scoring. Moani hopefully now will go on a run. You've got Richie who scored a few, that will score a few, hopefully. And if you've got Kudus back for Sunderland for the last 7 games, then at least you've got another supply base apart from Simmons. So, listen, I
hope you're right, Lubo. I hope you are right. I really do.
It's maybe my heart rule in my head.
No,
as a fan, you just look at it and you just think, hopefully he can get them playing. The way they were going with Frank, we wouldn't have won another game this season if he'd have stayed.
Sure, but what if we don't beat Fulham on? See, the thing is though, I think
a draw will be a good result. I think a draw
but it's not point wise, right? Like if we don't win in the next couple, people are going to have to slowly but surely turn around and go, yeah, it weren't Frank, it was the players, aren't they? They're going to have to.
Well, I think it's just been everything, hasn't it? The whole thing at the club has just been.
Yeah, but that's not the point. For everyone that said, and you were one of them, everyone said anyone but Frank. We're about to see if it did mean anyone but Frank, because Igor Tudor doesn't have time. Right?
No, he doesn't.
For time.
He's got to come in. He's got to come in.
Instant results, and if he doesn't get anything at Fulham, then he's 2 for 2. So this is a massive game on Sunday, right?
Yeah, of course.
If he loses, let's just say he loses 4 on the bounce, is he still going to be here till the end of the season? If he just loses 4 on the bounce,
it's a good question. Listen. His start wasn't easy. Arsenal, Fulham away, who have been, they're decent. Palace, I do expect to beat Palace. Listen, if you can't beat Palace, we got serious problems. We have got serious problems.
I hate to break this news to you. Not beating Palace is not about serious problems. We have serious problems. Crystal Palace have won 2 of their last 3 Premier League games. Crystal Palace are 6 points clear of us. When you're talking about serious problems, Crystal Palace are better than us. This is what fans are not understanding. Look at the way you talk about these clubs.
Okay, who have they beaten? They beat Wolves 1-0.
Doesn't matter. We didn't beat Wolves.
Who else did they beat?
Whoever it is, I don't know. But they've won 2 of their last 3.
Okay. But they're going to win games as well, aren't they? They're going to win some games, Palace.
Of course. But when you're saying if we don't beat, if we don't beat Palace, there's big problems. Again, these clubs are not worse than us. For 3 years now, they've not been worse than us.
No, but what I'm saying is that if we're going to get out, then it's games like Palace we've got to win.
Sure.
That's my point.
Sure.
Palace at home, Forest at home. Liverpool will get nothing. 2 weeks Sunday. We'll get nothing there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Chelsea away, Villa away will get nothing.
Lubo, can I just say, I hope everything you've just predicted is correct. I just have no faith in this group of players now for another manager they're under. And my worry is that Igor Tudor, it's nothing about him personally, by the way. One, he's never managed in the Premier League. Two, is his direct, hard-hitting approach going to work with these really soft players with no mentality. And three, what happens if we go 2-3 games without a win? I genuinely think that we're all going to realise very soon that this was deeper than Frank. But I'll leave it there, Lubo. I'll leave it there.
Listen, the whole thing's much bigger than Frank. The whole thing stems from the top. I've said it. I keep saying it. I've said it for 18 years. We got a big problem with these owners, and it doesn't matter what manager you have. If the owners carry on the way they're going, every manager is set up to fail, and which is why I always said Poch may not have won a trophy, but he performed miracles to do what he did, to get a second, third, fourth, and fifth in his 5 years at the club, and reach a Champions League final was an absolute miracle.
Sure. By the way, when people go, it's the first time we've had all three strikers fit. Sure. Who's creating for them?
Well, that's the other thing.
Who's creating for them?
Which is why it's important you get Porro back, because he's got a lovely pass on him.
Sure. Get him in. Look, I'm going to do the super chats and leave it there. Bear with me, Lubo. Aussie Coys, big up for the super sticker. Really appreciate you, my man. Very, very generous indeed. Just proving that not all Australians hate me. Big up to Dean Law. Thank you, Dean. Always a super sticker from Dean Law. Really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much, mate. Rob Welsh has been a member for 10 months. He says it's a cliche, but it's accurate. The culture of the club is rotten. It's been rotten for years. As I keep saying, if as fans we stop rowing about Ange versus Frank versus Nuno versus Conte, we might all wake up to the realization that the club is rotten. Big up to you, Rob. Big up to Ledley's Knees. Said, is it a good idea to wait until July for Poch and therefore scupper another season by delaying preparation just because he complimented Spurs on a podcast? Look, Lubo and I have talked about this before. And I think we both agreed the one thing, if Poch does come back, which won't happen in the Championship, by the way, but if Poch does come back, then they've got to get the plans in place before he goes to the World Cup.
Very much so.
Right? We can't sit there and go, oh, well, he needs to monitor the players when he gets back from the World Cup, or he can't sign off players. He's going to have to not sleep. He's going to have to do dual roles, because we can't, you're right, we can't have a summer scuppered by that. You're absolutely bang on Ledley's Knees. Big up to Henry Wrong TV, very generous. Said like and sub all, as well as sub to Football Inc. Absolutely like and sub. We have only had 446 likes, and yet throughout this show we've had 12,500 views. Come on, people. Thank you very much, Henry Wrong TV. Big up to Ian JD, who said we have more chance of being sold if we stay up. Absolutely. Well, we've only got chance of being sold when ENIC decide they want to sell it, right? But ENIC may think this club is going to cost too much to sort out and sell. That's my hope. That's all of our hope, Ian. I
fully agree. At the moment, it's a shiny toy for the Lewis kids. And I think when they look at how much they need to spend to put it right, and what the ramifications are if they don't, which is what we're staring in the face now, I think they'll say, do you know what? This is not a win-win for us. Let's take our profit now and go.
I agree. Look, but going down, I think there's this belief from many fans that they go down and, wow, ENIC leave. I think it's going to be the complete opposite. 3-Star Red said Forest to beat Brighton, Burnley and Spurs. Listen, what worries me is Forest looked good against Liverpool. They look a team. They look like they've got square pegs in square holes. They've got wingers playing out wide. They've got one ball-playing midfielder, one box-to-box midfielder, one goal-scoring midfield. They've got their back four fully fit. They look a team, but they have got a difficult run in. We'll see, right? We'll see. But big up to you. Thank you very much for that, 3-Star Reds. Big up Ian JD, who's coming. 3-Star Reds is coming again. So trust me, Spurs fans, no team is too big to go down. I'm with you. I'm worried. I'm very, very worried, 3-Star Reds. Big up to you.
I've been to Charlton, Mansfield and all those clubs. Southampton when they were.
Lubo was alive in 1882 when we were first put together. You know, big up to Ian JD, who said a lot of our players may be shocked at the levels of clubs that come in for them if we get relegated. Think we should play 2 up front. We need goals. Ian, I don't disagree with you. My only concern about going to 2 up front is, it's not really a concern. My only concern, whatever we play, is it's Lubo's right. If it's not Porro getting crosses in, you're going to get none of that from Spence. And the only other creative outlet is Simmons. And obviously it all depends on what day it is and what game it is. It's a small pitch at Fulham, right? There's not going to be a lot of room. It's going to be tight, but big up to you, Ian. I don't disagree with you, my man. Ledley's Knees has come back in and said, by the way, the guy talking on that podcast before is another one saying that Vinay might be out of his depth because the job is so different to the one at Arsenal. I haven't got time to go into a Vinay conversation right now, but lots of questions will be asked at the end of this season about what Vinay's done in year 1 at Tottenham. Don't you worry about that, Ledley's Knees. Don't you worry about that. Big up to Tottenham, Trev. Very generous. Said, afternoon, gents. I think we are all starting to see that years of bad management are being noticed by anyone who has a brain. But unfortunately, we still have morons in total denial. Enoch Dream. Trev, you're bang on. As I said, so many are so worried about, I was right about this manager, this player, this. Forget all that. The club's a mess. Club is a big, big mess. Big up to you, Trev. That's very, very generous of you indeed. Big up to Ian JD. Very generous people today. Very generous with the super chats. I said, I think we are getting relegated. It will be disastrous. Plus, we don't have a recruitment team capable of working in the Championship, where you have to be smart. Put Lubo in. Do you know what? You had me in until you said put Lubo in charge of this club. Can you imagine if Lubo was in charge? Lubo, would you want to be in charge of the club?
I'll bring that with me. That would be your starting point, mate. That would be your starting point.
I knew it. You know what? On our club badge, Ian, we wouldn't have Order Esfacer. We'd have the 7-point manifesto from Lubo. Big up to you. That's very, very generous indeed. And Ian, it will be disastrous. It truly will be. Forget the emotion of people saying Enoch deserve it or Levy or Spurs fans. Or it will be disastrous. We cannot go down. Big up to you. And Jordan Coys, my man, always with 2 massive super chats. First one says, everyone in the club has just relied on our injured players coming back to keep us up without realizing that by the time a lot of these players come back, we could already be doomed. And Lubo, this is a good point, right? Because we're talking about, right, when Kudus comes back, Kudus is coming back from a 4-month injury, 3.5-4-month injury. He's not going to come back and hit the ground running, you would think, for example. So, I'll add on to this. I don't think that any of the players coming back are that great that are coming back. So he's a bit right, isn't he, Lubo?
Listen, you've just got to hope. I mean, Kudus, I doubt will be thrown straight in. He'll probably come off the bench, when he comes back. We've just got to hope we can dig out results. It doesn't matter how. I don't care if it's a 1-0. Doesn't matter if it's a set piece. Doesn't matter if it's a penalty in the 94th minute. I remember it really doesn't matter. If it's like Bilbao, who cares? We've just got to get the points. And players coming back will help. It'll take the pressure off those that are being run into the ground, that are having to play every single week, which is another plus. I genuinely do think we'll get out of it. I don't know why. I do think we'll get out of it.
I think by hook or crook we will. My concern, I'm probably different to you on this front, Lubo. I think that we're going to be looking for snookers from other clubs failing rather than us doing it ourselves.
More than likely.
And what's worrying is every time the fixtures come out now at the weekend, you're going, oh, shit, who have they got? You're starting to watch Forest games and West Ham games. And listen, the last super chat of the day, thank you very much, Jordan. Very generous. Said a nice £20 juicy super chat. Says, we can all blame managers and players, but they are only symptoms of how the club is run. Bang on. We have a cancer at the top of the club, and our fans are constantly blaming the symptoms, which are the managers and players. Look, I get the analogy, right? You've got to cut the snake at the head, right? I'm guessing is the point. We can, as I said, we can talk about players, we can talk about managers until the cows come home, but this is years and years of neglect. And again, as I said, people who are so adamant that they want a point score, that's brilliant, but that doesn't help our football club. Absolutely spot on, Jordan. I really, really appreciate that. You are very, very right in what you said there. Guys, girls, I'm going to leave it there. Make sure you subscribe to Lubo and the boys over at the Spurs 5. Please subscribe to Football Inc. To subscribe, Danny came on as well for the Hotspur Hood. Just going to see if anyone is live right now that I can send you over to. I'll be back tonight, by the way, for a live score show for all the Champions League games and the...
It's Bruges FS today, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some good games on tonight. Who we got? So tonight you've got a full list in the Championship, and the Champions League you've got Inter versus Bodo, so they're 3-1 down.
Yeah,
you've got Leverkusen via Olympiacos, Newcastle Karabag, they're 6-1 up though, and Atletico Madrid v Club Bruges, which was 3-3, plus the Championship games, plus the League One games. So I'll be back tonight for a show for that. Who am I going to send you over to right now? Let's see if anyone is live. Redirect, search for other channels. Who is live? I'll send you over to Ben, the Coffee Company. I'll send you over to Ben. When you get there, just say Savva Raid, FHTV Raid, whatever you want to. Much love, guys. Take care. Really good show. 4 hours this morning. Really good chat. It is what it is. We are where we are. And panic stations are really going to set in if we do not pick up anything against Fulham. But Lubo's assured us 18 points. Lubo's assured us. Much love. Take care. As always, Enoch out. Come on, you Spurs. And never forget, everyone, Perchy watches Love Island.